I'd like to call to order. No, we have he's gonna point to me when we're ready and live. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by. So we had this worked out. My fault.
Welcome to Scotch Plains, New Jersey. This is Verizon Fios, Channel 22, and Comcast Cable, Channel 34. Scotch Plains Television. Your town, your TV.
Scotch Plains Television presents a meeting of the Township Council. And now, from the municipal building, the Scotch Plains Mayor and Council.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to welcome you to tonight's council business meeting. We have a pretty full agenda for October 6th, 15th, 2013. Ms. Lucina, would you please read the open public meetings?
I wish to make the following announcement to show compliance with the Open Public Meetings Act, known as Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of New Jersey, 1975. Notice of this meeting was given by adopting an annual schedule of the location, time, and date, sending copies to the Scotch Plains Fanwood Times, the Star Ledger, the Courier News, posting in the municipal building, and filing a copy with the township clerk within 7 days following the annual organizational meeting of this body. If you would please rise for our pledge to the flag and remain standing for invocation.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing. Thank you.
Before the invocation tonight, please join me in a moment of silence to honor the memory of Jerry Smith, wife of our very good friend Alexander Smith of Scotch Plains. Jerry recently passed away after a long and courageous battle with illness. She was an educator, was involved in many civic activities in Scotch Plains, was active with her church, and did many things over her career that involved benefiting others. She will be greatly missed by her husband Al, by her children Alex and Allison, and by many other friends, relatives, and people who had the privilege of knowing her. May she rest in peace. Please honor Jerry with a moment of silence in her memory. Thank you. Bless us as we gather here today for this meeting. Our families, our residents, and those who serve the Township of Scotch Plains. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion and allow us to work together for the good of our community. Continue to remind us that all we do here today and what we accomplish is for the service of our community. Provide us with wisdom and strength to help us carry out our duties effectively and with a sense of purpose for what is right and just for our town. We wish good health, peace, and prosperity for all of us, for our residents, and for all those who serve this town. May God bless us, the Township of Scotch Plains, the state of New Jersey, and the United States of America. Amen.
Amen. Ms. Lucina, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Beckerman?
Here.
Mrs. Giovanella? Mr. Marcus?
Here.
Mr. Vastine?
Here.
Mayor Glover?
Here. Thank you. Next up on the agenda is public comment. Portion is set aside for anyone who wishes to address the council. When you approach the mic, please give your name and your address. Thank you. Please.
Hi, I'm Erin Connors, and I'm from the high school.
I'm Amanda Marcus, and I'm also from the high school, and we're seniors on the Student Government Association.
We're here today to invite everyone in the community to come to our homecoming and our Raider Fest. It is Saturday, October 19th.
So for the event this weekend, we're going to start with the Powder Puff football game at 9 o'clock, which is a fundraiser. And then 2 o'clock is the football game. And then 3:30 is Raider Fest, which is a community event, and we invite everyone in town and alumni and all to come and take part in homecoming this weekend.
That sounds really exciting. Well, folks, you've heard it first, October 19th. What time does it begin?
Well, Powder Puff starts at 9 o'clock, but the football game is at 2.
Okay.
And then Raider Fest follows it right after at 3:30.
Okay.
And
So it sounds like a full day of
It is a full
activity.
day.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
It will be
I
a
think
lot of
there's someone
fun.
on this council who may have a connection to one of you, who may want to throw a plug your way too.
possibly, yes.
Possibly.
Very, very, very well done. Very well done. These guys have a lot of school spirit. I'm very proud of Amanda for coming here tonight, and for Aaron for coming here tonight to bring the school spirit for SPF here tonight. And I hope folks will come out and enjoy homecoming this weekend.
Thank you, Mr. Marcus.
Thank you.
We look forward to it. Again,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Saturday, October 19th. Set your calendars for this wonderful event over at the school. Thank you for coming out, ladies. Next.
Good evening, Frank Festa, Ramapo Way. Obviously, there's going to be a committee set up for the possible merger of the police department. Oh. Is there going to be a committee set up for the possible merger of the police department?
Mr. Gimes and
There'll be a meeting.
council.
There'll be a meeting on the 21st at 7 p.m. at the high school.
The high school.
All right. One member is going to be appointed by each municipality, and those two people will be able to then vote for
Appoint a third person.
a third person. And if two of those people say that Fanwood skates and we pick up all the expense, how does the municipality, the people in the municipality rebut that?
The purpose of this meeting, just so you know, that the 21st, none of that has happened. This is just an information session between the two governing bodies. And we'll discuss the potential merger. I'll let you read it.
Yeah, and just to maybe answer your question, the scenario that you're painting, and I think there will be more information provided to the public at the meeting that Mr. Gimes has referenced on Monday, the 21st. But in any event, the three committee members that you're speaking of that would form the joint meeting will be guided by contract terms that are being negotiated between the two municipalities. So that scenario would not happen.
It would not happen. And will our police personnel be Scotch Plains or Fanwood or?
Mr. Festa, if you don't mind, I'm really going to
I think
defer
it-
those
I think it'll be a
questions.
combination of both, and again, Mr. Fester, the intent of the meeting on the 21st is to address that question and all the
All
questions for the
questions.
citizens. Clearly, this has been a process that's been ongoing for quite some time. There has been no final decision by this council, certainly, to proceed with this consolidation. We're still going through our own internal vetting process, and the intent of the meeting on the 21st is to bring it to the public, to entertain your questions and others. And I think your attendance would be welcome, and I suspect all of your questions will be answered.
All right, I have another question about the Parker property.
By the what? I couldn't hear you.
The Parker property.
Okay.
There was a rumor that we were going to relocate the municipal building to 7 acres on Terrell Road. Is that true?
Well, I have to tell you, I don't,
You have no control over rumors?
I've got to tell you, I thank you for giving me a good response. I have no control over rumors, but that one I must share with you quite candidly. I have not heard that one.
Oh, okay, well, you heard
I don't know
it
if that's a
first.
good thing or not, but, to be continued maybe? I don't know.
Well, the people that want the council to approve the zoning, can that body sue the municipality if they do not get the zoning?
I don't have an answer to that.
We have a
Refer
lawyer.
to our counselor.
It's within the council's prerogative as to whether or not the zoning will be changed, because obviously the zoning that's in place at the moment is consistent with the master plan. So the council could simply just determine that they're going to leave the zoning as it is.
Do we know if that organization ever sued a municipality in the state of New Jersey for not receiving the zoning that they requested?
I'm aware of it, but we're going to have a discussion about it later. We could certainly entertain that question.
Thank you.
That's your question, Liz. Please?
Hello. My name is Roop, and I live at Valley Send Avenue. I am a resident of Scotch Plains. I have been my entire life. This right now is our chance to share our thoughts and feelings with the community, and here I go. I began attending town council meetings a few weeks ago, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to see my elected representatives tackling the big issues that affect our community. Things like the Scotch Hills Country Club, the future of the Terry Lou Zoo, what's happening with our new sewer taxes, how those are working out, and all kinds of other interesting issues. Last week was particularly a treat because I saw exactly what I started coming to town council meetings to see. Shelter Group, a business, came and approached my town council with an idea. Council considered it and decided that it was important enough for more of the residents of the community to have their say. And so here we are. They agreed to discuss it, and I have 7 thoughts and 2 feelings to share today. Each one of those thoughts are going to be centered around one reasonably sized question. 4 for Shelter Group, 3 for my council. And here we go. Don't worry, Brightview people, your first 2 questions are going to be softballs. You seem to be a good, solid, tax-paying business, the kind of business we want in Scotch Plains. So, over the course of your presentation to us, hit on as much of it as you can. Firstly, what will be the effect of this new Brightview community on our local resources? This type of business is particularly going to be a weight on our emergency responses. Things like ambulances, cops, fire response. Tell us more about how the call volumes are going to increase and what you can do to help keep that weight down. 2, what will be the effect on the local traffic in that area? The location that y'all seem to be picking is right near a school, and we have a lot of kids that walk to and from school. Particularly, you'll be employing a few nurses, and if those shifts go from 7 to 3, there's going to be some heavy traffic there at a time when a bunch of kids are walking around. Tell us about what your traffic planner thinks of that and what you're going to do there. 3, how do you plan to invest in our local society? You're looking to be our new neighbor. You're looking to move into the community and be a part of Scotch Plains. Do you generally, when you open facilities like this, get involved in the community at large? How many non-residents and non-employees do you think would be coming in and out of the facility every day? I think this is a good time to share my first feeling. I really like the Parker Greenhouse. I always have. I am a lifelong resident of this town. I went to Coles, Terrell, and the high school with a Parker. His mom would come chaperone us on class trips, give little talks to us about her travels, show us some cool tribal masks. We would even take some class trips to the Parker Greenhouse itself. Even today, while I don't have that many plant-related needs, when I do, I don't think of any place else. I guess my question can also be rephrased as, the Parker Greenhouse is an example of a business well integrated into its community. They raised the family here, they worked here, they're a part of Scotch Plains. How do you plan to be that? How do you plan to continue in that spirit? 4, this one's gonna be the most selfish question I asked today, yet I think anybody would ask this of any business that comes in. How many jobs do you plan to create, and how quickly do you plan to create them? I'm assuming none of these jobs are gonna be shovel ready. I don't assume that you're gonna get the green light and start hiring people tomorrow. So my question is, how long will it be before there will be a website where we can start putting up resumes, before you can start taking on employees and paying citizens? Thank you. I have 3 questions for you all as well. I also went to school with Councilman Beckerman's daughter, and I make this point because I graduated with both Mr. Parker and Ms. Beckerman, I am a lifelong resident of this town. And that brings me to my second feeling. Councilman Vastine, Beckerman, Marcus, Deputy Mayor Gianella in absentia, and Mayor Glover, thank you for doing what you do. You do it every 2 weeks. We come in here and you hold your committee meetings and debate vigorously and answer each other's questions. And from what I've seen from you the last few weeks, I can't ask for anything more from my congresspeople. I remember Mayor Glover, before you were mayor, you were canvassing, walking around, and you knocked on my door. And you could have left your literature and gone on your way. But I started talking and you stayed and listened to me for a few minutes. That's really important to me from a representative. Someone who not only cares what my interests are, but is able to listen to them and respond sufficiently for me to be able to communicate with the people that will be voting for or against my interests. So it's very important that you did that. Thank you. If you can't answer any of these questions or need more information from them, I understand. But here go the questions. Firstly, what is your general opinion, impression of the Brightview project? Do you have any friends or family or anybody that are residents in a shelter group community or that are employees there? And what do you think of their experiences there? Have you been discussing this with the people around you? What's the general feeling? 2, I guess this comes down to the money balance, in versus out. How much will they be paying in tax revenue versus how much will the depreciation on our resources? The roads they're gonna have deliveries coming in and out, and the roads will need extra maintenance. They're gonna pull on the power grid. They're gonna pull on the supply. This is not a mom and pop shop. This is gonna be a pretty big business coming in. And what do you think of the income versus the depreciation? Will the taxes that they bring in cover it? 3, kind of the same third question I asked them, but from our side. What do we need? What does Scotch Plains need that we could potentially ask them for? There's a lot of latitude in this question, so they're taking the Parker Greenhouse property, for example. That's what they're looking at. And if they're looking at any other lots, I would like to know that. But maybe would they be willing to plant some perennials around town? They were mentioning last week when they were showing us their pictures of where they're gonna put some nice pretty plants along the side of their building. How else do you plan to retain the spirit of that property? Or is there something else that Scotch Plains needs that we could ask them for that they might be willing to provide? They're gonna live here and they could do some great work for us. I guess I'll close with this. Our world is broken. In the last few years, Egypt's government has changed hands twice. Several different unallied militias are engaged in violent rebellion in Syria. Somalia has just had no kind of working regular order in a while. A couple of European countries have already defaulted, and a whole bunch more are teetering on the brink of financial collapse. Income gaps are widening across all of society. I mean, capitalism is finally rolling into Africa, but it's China doing the pushing and not us. And to top it all off, our president is not in East Asia right now fixing any of this because his opposition party decided they don't like government. And on October 1st, they closed it. That night was the last time I was in this room, and I was very happy to see what I got to see. Capitalism approached democracy with an idea for society. Democracy considered it and concluded that it was important enough for more citizens of the society to have their say. Democracy and capitalism agreed to discuss it again, and the citizens are now taking their chance to share their thoughts and feelings. In short, I got to see capitalism and democracy agree to bring an idea to the citizens and discuss it. On a day when I really needed to see it, I got to see society working as it should. I look forward to it again tonight. Thank you. Good evening. Don't forget to vote for your senator tomorrow.
Well, thank you. I'm glad you're with us tonight, and I want to thank you for your thoughtful questions. Obviously, you've given a great deal of thought to this very significant project that's going to potentially be built within our community. I think, from our last meeting, you sat here, you watched, I think, a very good discussion amongst your councilmen, sharing their concerns, their not objections, but their want to make certain that we get this done right the first time. And I will defer to later to address your specific questions, if I may, because we have with us the folks who potentially will be building this site and who will own it. And we're going to engage them in another conversation, as you well are aware of. It's what we agreed to do at our last meeting. But I think your points of, what do other communities think about these folks? Have we done any kind of sanity check to make sure that we just called the local officials down there and said, they're good neighbors, Your point about them, how will they become, integrated into our community, maybe as a good neighbor and doing some of the things that you so thoughtfully expressed. I mean, things we, we'll be discussing further, I hope, tonight. And, the whole tax issue is one that just hits home. Is the cost of the deal worth it? And, intuitively, I think it's something important for us to entertain, but, we need to vet these things, on behalf of all the citizens of Scotch Plains, because that's who we work for. So please stay tuned, to be continued, if I may say so. I think that's fair. Mr. Smith?
Alexander Smith, 1451 Martine Avenue, Scotch Plains, New Jersey. I came in a little late, but I understand that there was a moment of silence for my wife, who just recently departed. I'd like to thank the council for that moment of silence. I understand Councilman Marcus presented it. She loved life. She loved Scotch Plains. Thank you.
Our condolences, Mr. Smith.
Albert Muller, Ramapo Way. I missed last week, meeting 2 weeks ago, and I was wondering, was there any further discussion on the sewer authority? I know when they were in here last, it seemed as if we hit a brick wall. So could you give us an update on the status?
I think we can give you an update on the status. We did an evaluation. We listened to a professional who shared with us that there were potentially other opportunities that we might have considered when we first engaged implementing the sewer utility, but we chose a course where it was all or none going into the utility. I think it was quite clear that we were going to evaluate whether or not there was a way to back out and evaluate some of those other alternatives to see if they were feasible. And while we left here with some hope that that might be possible, because his closing comments reflected the fact that this utility has probably cost the citizens of Scotch Plains, his words, not mine, approximately $400,000 in lost revenue, income to the citizens of Scotch Plains. Not an insignificant amount of money. That said, after further evaluation, it appears that we might be between a brick and a hard place. And it was always my intent, as you probably well know, to at least push this as far and evaluate it. I mean, I promised to look at if there was an alternative working collectively in a bipartisan way, because it did cost our citizens a lot. It is the number one question on people's lips when you knock on doors, and it's an election year. I'm certain those running have heard it over and over again. That said, listen, it's really, as the governor called it, it was a gimmick, to circumvent the cap. You and I have talked about it, but it is what it is. Now, that said, is there a way to incorporate it back into the municipal budget? Yes, but it would have to be done through a referendum. And, at first glance, somebody will say, oh my gracious, my taxes went right through the roof. But let's not, lose sight of the fact that we were told, many things. And if, if the fact is that that bill goes away and it gets incorporated here, one would expect that your tax is going to go up appreciably. But the net effect of both of them stays the same. So if you're spending $25 million here and $3 million on a utility, and you pass a referendum to move that $3 million back into your municipal budget, clearly your taxes are going to go up by that amount of money. But it's not as if we've added an incremental $3 million, you know, to our operating expenses. But you know what? It might be a stretch to do that, being very candid with you. But that's kind of, I think that's fair to say that's where we're at right now.
Do you think it's a dead issue, realistically a dead issue?
You know what? I've been coached by some great people in my life who say never say never.
A high probability of a dead issue?
Well, you know what? As I said, it was something that we would consider. I think it's still probably the single most...
Are you actively pursuing it? Do we still have that
well,
person on
we're
the
not
payroll?
actively pursuing it because the council hasn't really sat here to say what is the next step. Because truly, the next step would be, you know, consideration of a referendum.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we can't rearrange the monies that go in there to say that, okay, you know, businesses might be charged X, you know, not-for-profits would be charged, and maybe the residents, you know, portion would be reincorporated into their municipal budget, okay, and tax bill. Recognizing that the other folks are able to deduct that money from their businesses, but you, as I, are unable to do that in the present form.
I guess I won't put it on my calendar for any time soon then.
Well, let me tell you, never say never. But, you know,
I got a long calendar.
listen, I get it.
Yeah.
And I think we all get it.
Okay. Another question. Assuming since the chief has joined us tonight, that he's going to provide us input on the Parker situation? Is that a correct assumption? Good. I'm sure you're fully aware of the Lampert Mill situation over there, so. Okay,
Mr.
thank you
Muller,
very much.
Thank you as always for your comments.
Thank you. I'm sorry?
Thank you always for your comments.
You're welcome.
Hi, my name is Guido Pasucci, and I live at 436 Sanger Place, Scotch Place, New Jersey, which is directly behind the Township Hall over here, next door to the fire department. This is in reference to the event that was held at Darby Road, October 4th, 5th, and 6th. Let me give you a little rundown on what happens there, because I don't know if you guys already know how this event is run. Actually, on October 3rd, what they do in order to hold this event, they clean their parking lot, take all their cars out of the parking lot. They put dumpster on township parking spaces, which is documented by pictures over here. And they leave it there throughout the entire event. And unless somebody calls to remove the dumpsters out of there, that dumpster can lay there forever, as was the case this past week, when I finally had to call them up on Wednesday, October 9th, to have the dumpsters removed out of the parking spaces. Now, I believe you need a permits for that, and this is one area that we're gonna get later on. On Saturday night, we had problems with the band there. The area, the band goes out from 12 o'clock in the afternoon to 12 o'clock at night. And I mean, this band is really pounding and pounding. 12 o'clock, 12, quarter after 12, 12:30. We called the police department at 12 o'clock, and we had a squad car coming over there. And it seems we can get no results. We call about 10 minutes later, another squad car comes over there. So a gentleman, I believe it's J.T. Ritchie, an officer, very nice guy, I have to say that. He's trying to help us out. And I'm next to the squad car, next to the police, next to the fire department, and this is about 12:30. He's calling the other guys on the other side to tone the band down, as they advertised on the paper that band on Saturday was going from 12 o'clock noon to 12 o'clock at night. This band, I tell you how loud it was. We stand inside the house. You can even watch TV. And when the officer called the other officer up, they said, yeah, they toned the band down. I walked over there, the band was loud. Instead of lowering it down, these people are ratcheting it up a notch. Every 10 minutes they're ratcheting it up a notch. They really don't know how to treat neighbors. I walked to the special officer there, and he said to me, well, you know, what do you want me to do? Go see the supervisor there. There was 3 police officers and a squad car on Park Avenue. And I went to the guy, I says, listen, do me a favor, you gotta shut this down, lower it down because you can't stay inside my house. The guy says, well, wait, they got permits until 2 o'clock in the morning. I said, so what? They got permits until 2 o'clock in the morning. And he stated, and I quote him saying to us twice, they have a permit until 2 a.m. in the morning. Now, at this age and age, at this day and age, when municipality, county, state, they urge the people not to drink, this township allows them a permit to sell alcohol until 2 o'clock in the morning. This is something screwy over here. So, and I'm arguing with the guy. I can't get ahead with the guy. I can't get the band down. So I said, well, he stated that he's seen this permit at 2 a.m. in the morning. He's seen the permit, issued the permit to Darby Road 2 o'clock. So I can't argue with the guy. So slowly I'm walking back to the house. And I say, you know, something's wrong over here. Something's wrong with the town. The town should encourage people not to drink, but by doing this, the town is encouraging people to drink. 2 a.m. So I walked back to the house. I saw my wife. I talked to my wife and said, well, the officer told us that the permit, he seen the permit and the permit was until 2 a.m. So I said, I guess I have to wait until Monday morning because I stated to the guy, this is an issue that I'll have to take up with the Township Council. Walked back to the house, couldn't do anything about it. Couldn't do anything about it. Monday a.m., Monday morning, I walked into the Township Manager's office, tried to set up an appointment or either talk with them. The gentleman was busy, so I left a message there. Email, phone, cell phone, office phone, everything to call me back. I want to set up an appointment with the Township Manager. Nothing. Called again on Tuesday morning. Called the secretary to set up an appointment with Township Manager. Nothing. Called on Wednesday morning on Miss Sheet, set up an appointment. Nothing. And meanwhile, on Monday, I walk into the clerk's office. It means that I was a little irritated about nobody getting a response. I filled up a couple of Oprah forms. One form was that I stated that I required a zoning board permit to hold this affair over here, because I imagine you need a permit to hold the affair there. A parking requirement, because when they put the building up, they were required X amount of parking spaces. The township waived the rights of so many parking spaces, and they toned that down to 8 parking spaces for the apartments upstairs and 5 parking for the right front over there. Building like that, 13 parking spaces. But when they have the event, everything's on township property because they have 0 parking when they have this. 0 parking. They reduce their parking to 0 parking. They have cars there, which is documented on pictures over here, against fire zone signs. Double parked, triple parked, quadruple parked over there is documented on pictures that I have over here with the sign that says fire zone not parked. I called the ABC to find out if this permit, because I asked the township clerk that I want to see an ABC permit to see if this permit was filled properly, because it bogs my mind that the town will give 2 o'clock. It will give 2 o'clock a.m. to sell alcohol beverage. I called the ABC up, I set up an appointment with the ABC, and I personally went down Trenton because the township clerk said to me that she couldn't give me a copy of this permit because it was incomplete. I mean, these people at the township clerk, very nice people, they helped me a lot and required so forth and so on. Went down at the ABC says that I gotta fill up an Oprah form to require these permits. And that's what happened on Wednesday when I went down here. I filled up a couple of forms, and I'm waiting to wait this permit was filled up. To today, I didn't get any copies of permits, building permit. I required permits for the Board of Health. I didn't get anything. I required permit for the waiving rights of the parking. I didn't get anything. I didn't get anything but a fire permit, a fire safety permit out of the entire thing. Out of the entire affair that they out over there. Is the township aware the day that the zoning board didn't issue any permits whatsoever for their event? Is the township aware of that?
It's not a zoning issue. The zoning officer wouldn't issue those permits.
Who would issue these permits?
The state police process, the clerk and chief of police would sign off on it. It would go to Trenton, the ABC, and then Trenton would handle it from there.
That would be the ABC. Good, but the permit, the zoning to put this tent outside over here, who issues these permits?
It's an extension of premise permit, and that's what I just referred to. That's not a zoning issue.
What do you mean it's not a zoning issue?
It's not a zoning, if they're looking to extend the premise of their liquor serving out to the outside tent area, it goes to the process that I just determined. The chief of police and the clerk would sign off on it. The 2 a.m. time you're referring to is the time that all bars practically in the state of New Jersey are open to serve to. And then at that point, it goes to Trenton. So it's signed off that we see it. They're not a problem licensee. There was no reason for us to object to it. And from that point on, it's in the hands of Trenton and the ABC. It's not our zoning board would never approve something like that. It has nothing to do with them.
You are telling me that the guy can put a tent outside which covers up his entire parking area. I wanted to know if the parking spaces were restricted to parking, only parking. That's what I want to know. That area was restricted to parking. Who issues the permits for this stuff?
Well, what I described, and I'm not sure, I might be misunderstanding what you're saying, but what I described is the process for the extension of the serving of the liquor.
This is not an extension, this is an entrance into the building from the outside and not from the inside. The extension, that's where I get it from, the ABC. When you put an extension, you walk into that extension from the building into that extension. In order to walk to this stand, you'll have to go outside, you'll have to serve the outside. Am I correct? I don't know. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, I don't know. Who issues these permits? You tell me that.
Wait, let me answer. The extension of premises issue, which Mr. Jimes was speaking of, when the applicant, Darby Road, submits the application, he has to include a sketch showing how you're going to enter, leave, where the entrances are going to be with respect to the extension area, extending the premises. I don't know what the application, I haven't seen the application, so I don't know what it looks like.
Nobody has seen it.
So all I'm saying is that there's no requirement if he designed it a certain way as to how egress and exit was going to be there. If he designed it a certain way and presented it to the ABC and they approved that, it would not require that they go through the building and then enter the extended premises. It could be a separate entrance. But I haven't seen the application, so I don't know what it looks like. With respect to the tent itself, I haven't looked at the ordinances, so I don't know what the process is in Scotch Plains. Sometimes there are zoning permits that are required for tents. There are other permits depending on the area and what's allowed to be put up at the in that particular area. But not having looked at it, I don't know what the requirements are yet, so I couldn't tell you. But there may be a permit that was required for a tent.
Well, I think what that he's looking for is we need to get this information. Apparently there's been several efforts, to get one's hands on it, and I think it's a bit much when one of our long-standing citizens has to Oprah this information. We should know what is doable, what's not doable, and I think one of his questions was, so when you put up a tent, what happens to that parking? I mean, and where is it to go?
Excuse me, may I
please.
Before I forget. My question is this: when that building went up, they required a waiver of parking spaces that they were supposed to have, and that waived that. They waived the rights to have X amount of parking spaces, and they allowed them. They required them to have 8 parking spaces for tenants and the 5 parking spaces they have, which is not what's actually is required for that building. But because the zoning board allowed it. Hear what I'm saying? That parking space is reserved for cars. It's not reserved to do anything else. And when they gotta help something, they need a permit. They need a zoning permit from the zoning officer. Because the way we're talking over here, anytime then I can get my garbage cans and put on township property. Then nobody can say anything. All these people that actually can take their garbage can and dump it on township property.
Well, let me ask you.
You are clearing, you reducing your parking, which were required by the township. You're reducing your parking to zero parking. Is this legal? I don't understand. That's why I required a permit for when that building was put up. I required an ordinance on when the building went up. And I'm pretty sure that that ordinance says that that's for parking spaces.
If I may add some insight, we, at the beginning of the year, one of the practices of the council and the town, and I don't know that this falls under this, but one of the councils was that we would require approval on a case-by-case basis for such instances as this. One of the things that we did to streamline the process and to help facilitate our downtown businesses expanding their businesses or hosting special events such as this, we created, I believe it's an ordinance, that would call for the streamlining of that process and would not require downtown businesses to get permits on a case-by-case basis, but that if they met all other requirements, such as our manager alluded to, that they were in good standing with taxes, they were in good standing, there wasn't previous problems, that they would be issued a permit without objection. I'm not sure that this particular event falls under that, but does it?
I don't think it does.
Okay.
I think that particular ordinance dealt with outdoor cafes.
What was it? Okay.
Outdoor
I think that was the
cafes.
outcome. I don't think that's relevant.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
I don't think it is either.
But the councilman prefaced his remarks by saying he wasn't sure. But at the end of the day is, I mean, you know, we've got a concerned citizen, and it sounds like we're not sure. So we need to, and rightfully so, to investigate this incident and to see what rules and regs are, you know, in force and on the books, and to come back, you know, at least with an explanation of how this occurred, because it's clear to me, I've got to be clear to everybody else sitting here, that we're not really sure if any rules were violated, okay? If this parking issue, which, you know, he's made very clear, has been overlooked, but certainly as a good neighbor policy, you know, maybe 2 a.m., clearly 2 a.m., while it may be something that happens at 99% of the other, you know, liquor bars, establishment, restaurants in the state or whatever, maybe we have to look at that, because it doesn't mean we have to, I believe, have that as a requirement. Yes or no? I don't know even the answer to that.
Every municipality sets the time.
Its own,
It
right.
sets the time frame. 2 a.m. I would say, I would agree with the township manager that 2 a.m. is probably a common time
No,
frame.
I get it. I mean, we all get it. But clearly, you know, I think that this gentleman has gone out of his way trying to get answers. I know that, Mr. Jimes, you and I have spoken about it on several occasions. And, you know, I guess I'm concerned that, you know, longstanding citizen on something that seems pretty obvious, you know, that something's wrong, needs to go get Oprah and to get the actual events. He's not a detective. He doesn't have those resources. We should be doing this for him. So is there something we can do to facilitate that being done, to move this process along so we and get back to him and you know, move on with our agenda here? Excuse me, there's a councilman. Do you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick question. It seems like the issue really is noise. Is there a noise ordinance that would apply to this particular case that would
There's, if I could help clear things
Yeah,
up. I mean,
thank
I
you.
saw the permit, I signed the permit. When we talk about the extension of premises for the ABC, it has nothing to do with noise, it has nothing to do with the band being allowed to play till 2 a.m. And quite frankly, the township ordinance does permit the serving of alcohol until 2 a.m. in township facilities. So that extension permit filed with the ABC allows them to extend their inside premises to their outside parking lot. My understanding, and I don't know if there's some underlying zoning issues with the parking spaces. There's a thing that says it doesn't.
Oh, okay.
So I'll just
All right, I'm
talk
sorry.
out loud. While that may be a zoning issue on how many parking spaces they have, the landlord and the owners of the facility, they reached an agreement that the tenants in those parking spaces would forfeit those spaces for the weekend. That was by agreement, is my understanding. This is the second event that they've held. Because the extension permit was issued, has nothing to do with the band being able to play till 2 a.m. And when we did get complaints, we documented the complaints as we would. The officers went over there and they made the effort to make sure that the band didn't play till 2 a.m. The ordinance, the noise ordinances currently on the books for the township deal with reasonableness. There's not really a set time that can you play music at 12 o'clock. If the noise is unreasonable, that's what we use to determine whether or not it's okay. So when our guys were there at Darby Road, I had some conversation with the owners after the fact because there was a lot of complaints that we received. They, for some reason, felt like they couldn't have the band till 2 a.m. because that's what the extension permit said. I clarified it with them. They understand that you can't. If the band is that loud, then we have every right to go in and tell them that they have to shut the facility down. They did. They complied with that. And, most of the people then moved back inside. But, you're talking about a couple of different ordinances here, and you're talking about a couple of different issues in terms of issuance of that permit.
Well, back to us, all right? It's clear we need to get some information and we need to clarify this because I think, Chief, you're right. We've got a couple of things working against each other, but clearly the one thing, most importantly, is working against, one of our neighbors, one of our citizens. And, we certainly want the Darby Road to prosper and to be successful. And I think it gets back to what the chief said, reasonableness. And somewhere, that just may have missed the mark. So, we should have this discussion again at our next conference meeting. And before then, can we further review, what is really on the books, okay? And let's make sure that, what the gentleman is asking for, that we in fact get it to him, whether we do our own internal, review.
I'll follow up with our planning and zoning office to see what if any zoning requirements might have been needed.
Thank you, Jerry.
As a result, I know Bonnie's been working on some of the open requests, and some of those are still within the time frame, from what I understand. So, I know that's actively being worked on. I did talk to the chief about this a couple times since it's happened. So, we have been working on it. As he indicated, he's talked to people. I talked to a couple people within the establishment myself. Work on that reasonable standard.
Well, I appreciate it, and I suspect, I know, Jerry, that this is going to have, your utmost priority to get the information and to address this in a reasonable fashion, in a reasonable amount of time, and to do the work, not have our citizen have to do it. But since the requests were made, we will get you that information. We'll work to do that.
My question is also, so it's legal, the way we get in the tents over here, it's legal for an establishment to take dumpsters, garbage dumpsters,
No,
and put it on parking ship down, property.
Sir,
Is that,
sir.
I don't know.
No, I don't.
You guys didn't give me an answer.
I don't want you to leave here thinking that that's legal.
Well, I don't know.
I
Is it
don't.
legal or not legal? I don't know.
I sus.
I guess.
I saw the picture, that's not township property.
That's township property.
Those
Believe me.
parking spaces
Chief,
where the dumpsters
Chief,
are
Chief,
appear to be on the township
Chief,
property.
Chief, believe me, it's township property.
Okay, well, to your point is, no, we're not saying that that's legal and that someone can do that.
And let's
okay?
get this straight. That piece of property back there, it doesn't belong to the Darby Road. That piece of parking spaces back there, it belongs to the Township of Scotch Plains.
Right.
Let's get this straight. Even though they've been using it, abusing it, and over-abusing it, that piece of land back there belongs to the Township of Scotch Plains. Let's not get any misunderstanding over here.
Let me share with you that
Okay.
I know many people have had this discussion. Parking on the municipal parking lots has become a real issue, and it affects many individuals, many businesses, and Mr. Jimes and I have spoken today. We've corresponded recently. At our next conference meeting, which is one our working session meetings, parking is on for discussion. And that is a public meeting, by the way, and you're certainly welcome to attend it, but it has many of, if not all of the council's, eye on the ball on this one. It's
Because-
parking in this municipality, in public parking lots is a real problem.
Because their operations start to expand into the lot over there.
Right.
So that's why I want to warn you guys. Their operations over there easily expanded into the parking lot. Somebody there posted 2 signs, no parking anytime, fire zone for them to go in and out. The minute I filed these motions this week, somebody went there and took the signs down. I asked Chief Fallis 10 weeks ago who put the signs up. He didn't know anything. I went down to road department to find out who put them signs in. Road department didn't know anything. Now, this past week that I filed over here, somebody went there and took the signs down.
Well, let's look at that. Let's look at that particular instance immediately.
This
Because
is
what's being spoken about here is a potential life safety issue. I think we'd all agree here, Mr. Jimes, and if that sign is to be there, and someone has removed it,
They removed it. Somebody removed it.
we need to get, that won't, I can assure you, and I won't speak for Mr. Jimes, but I know that the chief and he are very, concerned about life, public safety, that, this will be addressed first thing. I think that's reasonable, right? It's fair to say.
My wife's got something to say.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. My name is Barbara Pasucci, and I want people to know I was born in that house. We have lived there, married 43 years. A lot of things go on. I've seen every town hall, the old one and this one, and all the police. So many things have gone on through the years. We've never complained. This is ridiculous. And I'm not going to sit in my house and have to wait till 2 o'clock to go to bed. Something has to be done. This is not going to happen. Twice a year or 3 times a year, something's got to be done. Tone it down, I have no problems with it, but you're not going to keep me up till 2 because you want to serve liquor. And I don't care if you serve. Do whatever you want. Tone the music down. I can't go to bed. My bedroom's in the front of the house.
I think both of you have made a reasonable request.
Thank you.
And I thank you for the way you presented yourselves.
Thank you.
Thank you, both. I don't see anyone else approaching the mic, so I'm just going to move that we just close this public hearing for the day and move on to presentations of recognition. And Councilman Beckerman, I think we have a very special.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, we're going to honor a very brave young man. Cole Weber is a 16-year-old Scotch Plains resident who was diagnosed in June with lymphoma. Much to the surprise of his friends and family, Cole was dealing with the symptoms while playing a varsity sport. Cole is proud to be a varsity lacrosse player since his freshman year, representing the Scotch Plains Fanwood High School in goal. Cole had a wonderful sophomore year as goalie, receiving 4 state, division, and county recognitions for his play. He was looking forward to a summer of lacrosse. He was registered to attend 3 lacrosse college showcases in the Northeast, and unfortunately, his treatment started immediately, and he was unable to attend any of them. He'll work this fall, his fall and winter lacrosse clubs to get back in shape for next year's season and hopefully next year's camps. With the same bravery, positive attitude, and fight that protects the goal when he is using it to attack he used it to attack the challenges of lymphoma. His lymphoma was discovered on June 20th, the same day his sister Haley graduated from Scotch Plains Fanwood High School. Cole's family advised him of the results the very next day. The Valerie Fund Children's Center at the Morristown Medical Center took over Cole's care and treatment. To date, Cole has received 4 cycles of chemotherapy. Original imagery identified 3 areas of concern which the treatment was developed. After 2 chemotherapy cycles, the original areas were no longer visible. The 2 remaining chemo cycles are somewhat of an assurance, however, hopefully eliminating the return of the cancer. In support of his fight, and led by his sister Haley, cousin Allie, Aunt Cindy Deegan, they created Cole's Crusaders. As with the unknowns associated with Cole's treatment, the idea behind Cole's Crusaders was twofold. First, they wanted to show Cole that he had a group of friends and family supporting and motivating his battle. Secondly, and related, there was an outgrowth of interest in being able to donate to Cole's cause in anticipation of potential catastrophic health costs his family may face, and simply to provide him with a little pleasure or relief through the tough days he was about to face. To date, hundreds of lime green shirts, lime green being the color designated as awareness for lymphoma, wristbands made by Cole's sister Maddie and her friends have been sold. One thing's for sure, when you see a Cole's shirt, you get noticed. In addition, an outpouring of checks and cash have been donated as well. I know that our Deputy Mayor, Gillinella, also a cancer survivor, is very jealous of Cole's ability to retain his own eyebrows after chemotherapy. And I want everyone to know that I, too, am a Cole's Crusader. Cole, if you'd come up, Colleen, you want to join me?
Please.
Whereas Cole Weber is a 16-year-old junior at Scotch Plains Fanwood High School who was diagnosed with Burkitt's lymphoma, which is a fast-growing form of lymphoma requiring immediate aggressive treatment, and whereas Cole and his family are incredibly strong, have become even stronger with the support system that quickly formed around them, and whereas a group of supporters developed the slogan Cole's Crusaders, and they created t-shirts to support Cole in his fight, hoping to put a smile on his face, and whereas word of the t-shirts spread quickly, and hundreds of supporters reached out and became a crusader for Cole. And neighbors also initiated a meal chain to help the family and created a website, the Meal Train, to help maintain meals for the family while Cole was in treatment from July through October. And whereas the Weber family has been completely overwhelmed by the outpouring of love, support, generosity, and concern for the well-being of their son, therefore, be it resolved that the Township Council of Scotch Plains offer their best wishes for the continued healing to Cole and his family, and wish to thank and congratulate all those who showed care and resourcefulness in support of Cole's journey. Because of all the autographs on here, this is the one that has the potential to really become a significant.
I have a few announcements.
What's that? No, we're not ready for that yet. That's under special committees. Right?
I thought it was under communications.
No.
Oh, it's special committees.
Right. Amazing story, and Godspeed, to all of you who got behind Cole and the family. You're remarkable, you're truly amazing, and I believe someone looks down at us at these times and recognizes that outstanding work. I just want to add something to folks here and folks in the audience. We're coming up to the anniversary of Superstorm Sandy. And just to share with you the remarkable family that the Webbers are. During that storm, and we all remember it well, no power and no anything, it seemed. The Weber family was out there providing, Mike in particular, hundreds of meals, warm meals, to our seniors. You are a remarkable man, and you make Scotch Plains, your family makes Scotch Plains better. So this report on your son's health touches us all, and I'm a firm believer in what goes around comes around. So God bless you and your family and all you come out here to support.
And there's not a dry tear high in the front row.
Thank you so much.
Mayor, if I may, I just wanted to comment very briefly that I did have the opportunity to attend, as in I know a number of the council members did, the event at Nick's Pizza recently for Cole. And as proud I am of him and of his family, and how much I know this was obviously a very serious thing for them to go through, and this is something that will stay with them, really for the rest of their lives. The thing that I took away from it is really what an overwhelmingly supportive communities, we come from communities of Scotch Plains and Fanwood, and on that particular day, as in all other days, I was very proud to be there. I was proud to be a part of that, and I know that it must really just take your breath away to see the absolute best that people have to offer. I thank you for letting us be a part of that, and really this is not just a recognition of Cole and of your family, but of the communities really coming together and showing the best. It's very energizing to see our high school kids out there working for such a positive cause. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
I thought we usually had call in at the end of the meeting.
Well, let's move on, if we may. Do I have a motion to approve the council minutes? I think that's where we're at right now, September 3rd, 17th, and 27th. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes for the meeting of September 3rd, 2013, September 17th, 2013, and September 27th, 2013.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilman. All those in favor, please.
Aye.
Aye. Next item on, we don't have a communications consent agenda, but we do have a manager's report. Mr. Gimes.
Thank you, Mayor. As an FYI, we have 3 flu clinics coming up in October, and just keep an eye out on the website for that and on the television station for the details, times, and the place. Recently, I've been meeting with our insurance representatives on both the health and the property and casualty side. We've been working on getting our both plans out to market, and hopefully within the next couple of weeks we should be back with some proposals for you to consider going forward. We have been aggressively going out to try to get the best rates possible, and have been exploring all of our options. Recently, many of you have received some emails and some correspondence regarding the paving of Rawway Road. I know I've been communicating with all of you as this has been going on over the last week or so. I think there was some kind of misunderstanding on what was going to be going on, and as a township, I would say we're somewhat partially responsible for that. We could probably have worded our initial letter better, and going forward we will do that. In any event, we have
got our attention. I have to tell you, got our attention.
In any event, we have cleared it up with all of the residents that have called. Mr. Timko and I spent the better part of last week, Monday and Tuesday, calling probably just about every single resident in that neighborhood and reaching out and email and fielding phone calls. I mean, it consumed about 48 or 2 full days of work without question. But we got through that. The project will start on the 21st as initially planned, and there will be traffic allowed in and out on the local roads when it is safe. There will be 2 days where it will be difficult. And most of the residents are okay with that because they were initially thought that for 7 or 8 days, they would not be allowed to either leave their homes or come home. So in any event, that was taken care of. As you know, since our last meeting, I attended the International City County Managers Association Conference in Boston. When I go to conferences, I usually go in with a goal. I try to come out with, one thing because you can get overloaded with information. And my goal in attending this conference was really technology. I wanted to, in 3 months here, I see room for improvement on a lot of things on the technological front. So I met up with a lot of technology vendors, whether it was from our police departments, our Department of Public Works, finance, fire department, and of course council. I know Councilman Vestine has mentioned a couple of times about trying to go paperless with the tablets, and this is growing more and more as I talk to city managers across the country. So there's some of the ideas that I've had, and probably within the next week or two, I'll be, or within the next budget time period as well, I'll be pushing forward some new agendas that will hopefully streamline the operations here and make us more efficient. So my goal was technology. I came out with a lot of information, and I hope as we go forward in the next weeks and months, you'll be seeing the results of that conference. We alluded to earlier that the meeting on October 21st will be about the police merger. That's at 7 o'clock at the high school. It's a joint meeting with both governing bodies between Scotch Plains and Fanwood. The Shady Rest RFPs came in for the preservation architect and engineer, preservation architect/engineer. I've been going through those with Ray. I gave them to Judy. I'm going to be calling a couple people, having them come in to talk to them about their proposals, and see who I think would be the best fit, and certainly recommend that to you guys. And you can expect a detailed discussion of that at the next conference meeting.
That's true.
Next conference meeting, I know the mayor has alluded to, and we've talked about parking in the downtown. We've received a couple complaints. I've received them, the mayor's received them about parking in the downtown, in the parking lots, commuter parking, and, what should we do about it and what can we do about it. I've talked extensively to the chief about it, and, there's some practical ways to deal with it, and there's some not practical ways to deal with it. And one of the practical ways to deal with it, if the council so chooses, is to look at the possibility of paid parking meters. That's going to be something that you guys have to mull over on your own and decide whether that's something you want to do. Notice I'm saying you want to do. I'm not making a recommendation. You? I'm kidding. So anyway, I just out of curiosity, I reached out to some vendors and just to see what it was all about. And I'll get you that information, and you can decide how you want to handle that. Either comfortable the way it is, or you want to progress towards paid parking. That pretty much covers my report. Everything else I have to say is in relation to the new business and the consent agenda. So,
Thank you. We look forward to that discussion on parking. You and I spent quite a amount of time on it. Okay, reports of special committees. I know that Mr. Beckerman has something he wants to share with us.
Actually, I got a few things.
Few things.
We love our senior citizens. The Scotch Plains Golden Agers are sponsoring a trip to Lockwood Gardens in Hawley, Pennsylvania on October 23rd. The trip includes entertainment, a German buffet, complimentary beer and wine. Departs the Scotch Hills Country Club at 9 a.m. and returns at approximately 6. Cost is $60, and if you're interested in registering, by all means, go reach out to Gene at the Recreation Department. The next session of the senior fitness classes offered by the Scotch Plains Recreation Commission will begin registering on November 7th. That's a Thursday, with classes scheduled to begin the week of November 11th. We're pleased that we're going to be able to offer senior yoga on Mondays and Wednesdays from noon to 1, and senior Zumba on Tuesdays and Thursdays from 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. On October 23rd, our Senior Advisory Council welcomes back Rochelle Brodsky. She's a nurse from Jewish Family Service who will demonstrate some chair exercises for our seniors at 1 o'clock at the Scotch Hills Country Club. Finally, with respect to the seniors, the Township is pleased to offer a transportation for senior citizens over the age of 60. I guess I'm eligible. With the Doll Ride program. Seniors may take advantage of this program to visit local shopping malls during the week, as well as transports to and from senior social clubs in town. Additional transportation and medical appointments is provided when available. For more information, call the Recreation Department, 908-322-5151. Scotch Plains Day was a smashing success. Thanks to our recreation department, there were 110 registered vendors, 102 showed up, and in previous years we only had about half of the amount, 47. We want to thank Darby Road for sponsoring the pony ride, the Lions Club for running the car show, the Scotch Plains Business and Professional Association for sponsoring the ravioli eating contest, and Florence Ravioli for supplying the ravioli. The recreation maintenance staff, we have to thank them, as well as Public Works maintenance staff, the police and rescue squad for making the event a success. Moving along, just before I got here this evening, I received a email from our friend Meg Palaya, the library director, on about a series on John F. Kennedy, remembering JFK and the 50th anniversary of his assassination. It's a series of programs that are going to take place at the Scotch Plains Public Library, and it looks like this was funded by a very generous donation from a company called Beckerman and Company. The first program is Thursday, November 7th at 7 p.m. JFK, A Fresh Look at His Enduring Legacy, an evening with Scott Reich. He is the author of Power Citizenship, Why JFK Matters to a New Generation. Then on November 23rd at 1 p.m., there's going to be a bagpiper from the Essex County Emerald Society, Pipes and Drums. He's going to play a selection of Irish tunes, including The Boys of Wexford, one of JFK's favorite tunes. Then on December 9th at 7 p.m., the New Frontier in Vietnam, John F. Kennedy's Policy and Strategy with Paul Miles. Paul Miles is a retired colonel. He taught military and diplomacy history at Princeton from 1999 to 2013. He's going to be doing a presentation. Then finally, on November 4th, which is a Saturday, through November 23rd, the Kennedy Collection, a 4-panel exhibition from the Museum of Disability History in Buffalo, New York, showcasing the contributions of the Kennedy family to disability awareness.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Anyone else have a special committee report for us?
I have a few committee reports. As you know, Mayor, plans are underway for the annual Mayor's Gala. This year's event will be held on December 6th at Chacamaxon. We're in the process of determining ticket sales, the ticket sale process, and collecting for donations for the event. I do want to tell you that also on Scotch Plains Day, we had an opportunity to run a Zumba event on the green that was sponsored in part by Darby Road. It was also sponsored by Graham Fitness across the way and by RWJ in Scotch Plains. It was raining and it was cool, but those who did come had a really fabulous time. It was a 90-minute Zumba class. Councilman Bastine was able to do about 90 seconds of it, and he was on his way. But it was for a good cause, and the event raised several $100s. At the event, we were able to first use our new carts that were made for us and donated by the Union County BOTEC, and we'll be recognizing the students involved in that effort at a future meeting. But it's very cool looking, isn't it? Yeah, they're fabulous, and I think they're really going to look sharp as we start to use the green for more and more events. So that was a really fabulous time. I do, because the chief is here, kind of want to make a plug for PAL and tell you that Sunday we were home, as you know, and you've heard me mention before what an absolute fabulous day it is to have our kids at home up at the high school. A special thank you, because I see our business administrator in the audience, to whomever was involved in making the sound system a reality for the leagues to use, because it was really nice to be up there on Sunday and see everything working. If you had a role in that, I thank you. It really was a great day. It's beautiful weather, and if you anybody in the community ever has time to come out and see these girls cheering and see these guys playing, And a really special thank you to all the volunteers involved in the league. It's very nice to see our police officers up there in a coaching capacity, working in an educational background. It's a fabulous opportunity for them to form relationships with the kids, and anything the township can ever do to help facilitate those efforts, obviously, we offer our support. So I thank you for that very, very much.
Just to clarify the time that I spent in the Zumba class, I noticed that there was no one taking pictures of the participants.
No, because I'll.
Yeah, so
No.
I took some pictures of the people participating in Zumba, and if anybody's interested, the deputy mayor included, in seeing those pictures, by all means, I'll see about putting them up on the township website.
Or not.
No, it was a great event. Honestly, it was fun to watch, and everyone was really into it. I got moved by the moment and jumped in, although I had not planned on doing it, but it was fun. It was high energy and exciting, so it was very well done. The deputy mayor put that together, and she should be applauded because she had a great turnout for the event, and it was for a great cause.
It was a team effort, but thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. I have just two announcements for you all. Some of you may remember that we had a viewing of an amazing documentary, A Place for Us, which gives the history of the Shady Rest Country Club over at Scotch Hills, which is the first African-American country club in the United States. Well, the showing was so well received that we literally could not accommodate everyone on the evening when we aired the film. So, as a result, we are having a second viewing of the movie this Thursday, October 17th at 2013. It'll be held at the St. John's Baptist Church in the Fellowship Hall, which is at 2387 Morris Avenue. I'm extending a personal invitation. I was asked to do such by Reverend Porter from the St. John's Baptist Church, inviting you all to come over and see for yourself this amazing documentary, A Place for Us, which gives wonderful detail and history of the Shady Rest Golf and Country Club. So please join us. Look forward to seeing you there. Secondly, I've got some really fun news. On Thursday evening, October 24th, Home First will host an evening of thanks, the first annual Union County Union County Family Service Awards at the Galloping Hill Golf Club in Kenilworth. The event will recognize and honor individuals from different communities in Union County who serve families in need in extraordinary ways in their civic and private lives. New Jersey State Assemblyman John Bramnick will serve as the Master of Ceremonies for the event, and Union County Freeholder Alexander Marabella is the honorary event chair. What's important to note is 12 outstanding citizens from and throughout Union County have been selected to receive this first time 2013 Union County Family Service Award. And one of our very own, Laura Swiderski, will be a recipient. Those who know Laura Swiderski knows that she, as well, makes Scotch Plains a better place to call home. She has served this community in countless numbers of ways. And so, from all of us to Laura Swiderski, congratulations. I know, I look forward to being with her that night, and if there are folks interested in attending, I would ask that you reach out to Mr. Jimes' assistant, Claudette, on Town Hall, and she can give you all the arrangements and particulars for coming and being with her and celebrating with Laura and her husband, who I understand will be in attendance. So,
Mayor, I have two other things. I missed reporting out and actually inviting everyone to the Recreation Commission's co-sponsored annual celebration in conjunction with the Fanwood Recreation Department on October 31st. The event will begin at 5:30 p.m. with a trunk or treat in the Fanwood Library parking lot. At 6 o'clock p.m., everyone will march from the library to LeGrand Park At 6:45, the parade will arrive and the costume contest will begin for all ages. Finally, all are able to participate and invited to participate in the jack-o'-lantern decorating contest. All entries must be dropped off at LeGrand Park by 6 p.m. And also on October 24th, registration for the ski program begins, and it's open to all Scotch Plains and Fanwood children from ages 13 to 18. The program runs every Friday beginning January 10th through February 17th. Trips will leave from behind Green Forest at 3:30 p.m. and return around 11:30 p.m. The cost for the bus is $99, and there are a variety of ski and snowboarding packages available depending on need for rental and lessons. Registration must be done in person, not online. Any questions regarding the packages of the program itself can be answered by calling the Recreation Department. And I want to thank our manager, who's been working very hard on a number of things, but has also added to his list an effort to have our masses televised at St. Bartholomew's at the request of that parish community. So I believe we're nearing the end of that process, and I thank you very much for those efforts. That's it.
Oh, thank you. Next on the agenda is our new business consent agenda. Before we move the motion, Jerry, do you want to just go through these items quickly with us, see if the council has any questions?
Resolution 172 is a carryover for the emergency repairs for sewer and HVAC repairs. All of these happened prior to my arrival. It caused us to exceed the bid threshold, but they were items that had to be done, so the township went ahead and did them. And that's why you have this resolution after the fact. The reason it was carried over is because there was an error in the numbers. There was some miscommunication on what we were looking for between myself and engineering. That's been clarified, so here it is in front of you. Resolution 173 is the agreement we carried over from last meeting, or from the other last business meeting for the contract with the town of Westfield. I know Councilman Marcus had some questions on it, and I put him in touch with Joe Timko, and Joe wrote this pretty detailed memo that you guys all received on October 8th in your emails. I think that pretty much clears up all the questions and answers all the efficiency issues there. Mentioned 174 last week. That's the repair of a fence at the Scotch Hills Golf and Country Club. That was approved prior to my arrival in the capital ordinance, and we're just getting around to doing it now. 175 is the award of the contract for loading and transporting of our fall leaves. Those bids were received. Judy reviewed those bids, and we're recommending an award to the lowest bidder.
Mr. Jimes, do you mind just talking about the smell very quickly? I know there were some questions about the smell up at DPW. Is that something you could, I know you got back to me.
I did, and I'm just...
I know, but I don't know what word you used. It's like fines.
Yeah, the word is escaping me at the moment. I'm sorry about that.
So there's some stuff up there.
Leachate?
What is it?
The liquid?
It's
decomposing?
It smells, and when they, no, he has it.
Yeah,
I didn't warn you that I was going to ask.
If you give me a chance to search my emails here, I'll be able to get
I'm
a more
sorry.
detailed answer. Okay.
Typically, I give you a heads up.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to make sure, in case anybody's watching, that they know it is something that you looked into.
Yes. And it was so complicated and so technical, I don't even remember. I got to be completely candid with you. So I'll go through my email, and if I can get service in here.
It should be stopping. The
Yes.
smell should be going
Yes.
away. I guess that's really the important piece.
It was a temporary issue that was looked into, and as a result of some technical jargon as it relates to engineering and DPW, it was happening. Now it's probably gone. That's the English version.
But since we have the most expensive leaves in the history of the world, could we
Yes.
deal with it not smelling in the future?
Yes.
Okay, that's good news.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any questions regarding the consent agenda? If not, do I have...
Mayor, I would like to
Please.
remove the resolution number 2013-175 from the consent agenda for further discussion, please.
Fine, thank you. Can we have that discussion now?
The most appropriate thing would be to vote on the consent agenda and then to have a discussion.
Resolution number 2013-175. Do I have a motion to move the communications consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move the communications consent agenda, or the new business consent agenda items
New
number,
business consent, I apologize.
that's okay, item
Thank you.
2013-172 through items number 2013-174.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Lucina, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Beckerman?
Yes.
Mrs. Giovanella?
Aye.
Mr. Marcus?
Aye.
Mr. Vastine?
Aye.
Mayor Glover?
Aye. Okay, moving on, other new business, motion to accept the bill list.
Are we going to move item number 2013?
No, we're going to move that following, when we have the other resolutions. Is that okay?
I don't think that's what she was suggesting.
Well, that's okay. I mean, you should
No matter
really.
where we- I mean, if
All
you
right,
turn around, look, we have resolutions that we have on the other new business. I assumed we pulled this off the consent agenda to make it other new business. So
Right.
I would request that we put it with the other new business and,
At the end.
yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I don't think it's
All right.
a big deal. So, again, do we have a motion to accept the bill list?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to move the bill list in the amount of $10,643,785.83.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any questions on the bill list before Ms. Lucina calls the roll? Hearing none. Ms. Lucina?
Mr. Beckerman?
Yes.
Mrs. Giovanella?
Aye.
Mr. Marcus?
Aye.
Mr. Vastine?
Aye.
Mayor Glover?
Aye. Now, do I have a motion to move Resolution 2013-175?
It's 176, and I believe that
Is it 176? I have 175.
Councilman Marcus had wanted to move this resolution.
176?
What? No.
176.
I was moving the leave.
Backward now, the leaves?
No, yes. Moving the leaves. I said 175.
Is this
Mr.
like
Vastine?
Zumba a little bit? Backward,
Is that
forward?
difficult?
No, it's,
Can
I
you
can,
just
I
follow
can
me?
step
Can
up
you-
and handle the
why-
challenge.
I
No,
would
absolutely.
greatly appreciate it. So why don't we
Walking
have a little order
sideways
here?
and
Can we have a
backward
little order
to
here?
resolution
Please, thank
number
you.
2013-175, resolution
Amazing.
authorizing the award of contract for the loading and transporting of fall leaves.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Now, may we have some discussion? And maybe, Mr. Jimes, you want to weigh in on this first?
Sure. Like I said, we reviewed the bids, we awarded to the lowest bidder. Now they were reviewed by Judy, I'm not sure what your questions are.
Well, I don't have any specific questions related to this resolution or bid. But having looked at the dollar amount of $103,500 to haul leaves away, I want to once again bring up the issue that the deputy mayor and I have brought up previously, which is surely there is a less expensive way for the town to deal with leaves. Whether it be a joint operation with other towns to create some type of value-added mulch for the residents or some type of vegetative recycling. It just is a whole lot of money to spend simply loading and hauling leaves. So that was really the only point that I wanted to make, was that between now and next year's leaf pickup, that we have maybe exhausted all potential alternatives to just hauling them somewhere and dumping them. I just wanted to put that on your radar screen.
We'll make sure going forward, as we move forward, we'll do that.
Is there any other discussion on the Resolution 175, 2013-175?
Just that I absolutely support Councilman Bastine's sentiment. It's something that he and I have discussed, and that I've discussed with the council several times. It's a lot of money, and it just seems like somewhat inefficient as far as practices for the township.
Thank you. With that, are there any other comments? Hearing none. Ms. Lucina, would you please call the roll on this resolution, please?
Mr. Beckerman?
Yes.
Mrs. Giovanella?
Aye.
Mr. Marcus?
Aye.
Mr. Vastine?
Aye.
Mayor Glover?
Aye. Okay, the next one is, do I have a motion to move resolution number 2013-176?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the Deputy Mayor for steering this in my direction. I would very happily I'd like to move resolution number 2013-176, resolution reappointing Bonnie Lucina as the Township Clerk for the Township of Scotch Plains, and I will reserve my comments for the appropriate time.
Is there a second?
Second.
Well, how about that? Let's see if we have any comments, before we call the roll.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to say that I often joke with Bonnie about her putting these pieces of paper in front of us on a regular basis. And I said, we're going to look up one day and she's going to have appointed herself mayor, chief of police, tax assessor, CFO, and we're not going to be any the wiser because we trust Bonnie without reservation. What we do up here gets to be seen by all of you and people watching at home on television, but what really takes place behind the scenes by the staff here in Town Hall is tremendous. It's a well-oiled machine, and Bonnie being a significant part of that machine does not get the credit and the accolades that she deserves as often as she should. So I wanted to take this opportunity to tell her how much I appreciate her work here at Town Hall, how much I appreciate the support that she gives us, all the way down to the cold water and the pink paper when there's a change to the agenda, and how much we appreciate her being a part of our community here at Town Hall and helping us, and how much I will happily vote in favor of reappointing her as the clerk, but I'm still keeping one eye open to make sure that there's nothing appointing her in any more of this as the mayor of Scotch Plains. So thank you very much, Bonnie.
Okay. Wow, I mean, that's well stated by Councilman Vastain. I can honestly say that this resolution is probably the most pleasant act that I've participated in since I've been on the town council. Bonnie's just a wonderful person, flat out a wonderful person. She's a joy to work with. She does an outstanding job in her position as township clerk. I'm sure many people in Scotch Plains have dealt with her, have interfaced with her. When you come to the municipal building, oftentimes people are going to speak to Bonnie about various things that they're interested in and needs that they have. She's just a highly competent township clerk, just one of the nicest people you could ever possibly deal with. She makes our experience here on the town council just, as easy as it can be by someone who is in her position. She's just tops as far as I'm concerned. And I hope that she will be here and be working in our community for many, many years to come. She's a highly valued person, a highly valued public servant to our town, and I wish her nothing but much happiness and many, many more years of success here in Scotch Plains. And I just couldn't say enough about her. So I'm very happy that I'm able to sit here tonight and participate in approving Bonnie's remaining here for another 3 years and hopefully for many years to come.
Thank you, Councilman.
I just would want to say very briefly, I think possibly the most difficult part of Bonnie's job is that Bonnie is with this council in executive session. And I have to say, there has been many a meeting where I am just absolutely in awe of your ability to keep your composure, to show no affect whatsoever, to take your notes and go home and come back. So I give you so much credit for the job that you do. I know the hours can be very long. I know you have a very long day ahead of you tomorrow. I thank you for what you do for your township. I know that you are a mom, and after driving a good distance home, you have responsibilities there as well. And I'm very appreciative of what you do for us.
Please.
Yeah, why not? Bonnie, I just echo everyone's sentiment. You are the best. We're very fortunate that you're part of our community, and thanks for keeping us in.
Well, certainly I'll echo all those sentiments too. But I have to say that when Bonnie first came to us, I mean, she had some big shoes to fill. We had a very qualified clerk for the longest period of time, one that we were all very fond of and appreciated all her amazing contributions to Scotch Plains for many years. Barbara Reapy is who I'm referring to. So Bonnie did have some big shoes to fill. I don't know the size of her shoe, but I think you all know what I'm referring to. But look, you are just simply the consummate professional, and you make this place worth coming back to, because I will tell you, it gets a little sticky here, and your professionalism, your composure, the value you add to this group, this council, is well appreciated, and the community truly has a bright star working for them, and I know you'll be with us for years to come, probably long after all of us are gone, and good luck. So I think this is simply unanimous. On that note, please call the roll.
Mr. Beckerman?
Yes.
How awkward is that?
Nella?
Aye.
Mr. Marcus?
Aye.
Mr. Vastine?
Aye.
Mayor Glover?
I always wanted to do it. Aye, aye.
Thank you.
Well, that's wonderful. See,
And hello
good
to
things
Mrs.
happen.
Reapy at home. I know she's probably watching this, and she is a wonderful woman.
Yeah, we certainly love her, and I'm sure she is watching, Councilman. With that, we're stuck with her. No. Do I have a motion to move resolution number 2013-177?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move resolution number 2013-177, resolution authorizing settlement of the 2012 tax appeal. Claudine and Brian Doyle versus Township of Scotch Plains, block, now there is a brain freeze, 15002, Lot 5, commonly known as 7 Clydesdale Road.
Is there a second?
Second.
Self-explanatory, or?
Typical resolution, both this one
And the following one, right?
recommendations of our tax assessors.
Thank you. Ms. Lucina, please call the roll.
Mr. Beckerman?
Yes.
Mrs. Gillanella?
Aye.
Mr. Marcus?
Aye.
Mr. Vastine?
Aye.
Mayor Glover?
Aye. Do I have a motion to move resolution number 2013-178?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move resolution 2013-178, resolution authorizing settlement of the 2011 tax appeal, DeBow versus Township of Scotch Plains, Block 5001, Lot 29, commonly known as 2665 Skytop Drive.
Is there a second?
Second.
Review, refer to the prior resolution. Fair to say?
Is that DeBow or DeBois?
I'm going to go with my pronunciation.
Okay, with that, Ms. Lucina, can you please call the roll?
Mr. Beckerman?
Yes.
Mrs. Gillanella?
Aye.
Mr. Marcus?
Aye.
Mr. Vastine?
Aye.
Mayor Glover?
Aye. Moving right along, Ms. Lucina, can you please read ordinance 2013-13?
An ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 17 Fire Prevention, Section 17.3 Fires of the Code of the Township of Scotch Plains to include a new subsection 17.3.3 Recreational Fires.
Is there a motion?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to move that this ordinance be adopted on first reading and be advertised according to law in the Scotch Plains Times, and that copies be available in the clerk's office and posted on the bulletin board. The second and final reading and public hearing of the same to be held on
November 12th.
November 12th, 2013, at 7:30 PM in the Municipal Buildings, Park Avenue, Scotch Plains.
Is there a second?
Second.
Can we have a, can we call the roll on this?
Mr. Beckerman?
Yes.
Well, before we do that, does anyone have any questions about this? Even though it's the introduction? Just asking.
There appears to be a typo in the title.
Yeah, on the agenda.
On the agenda, it's missing a dash. We'll fix that. If you require Chief Ellis here again for the public hearing, let me know and I will make this amendment.
Could we talk a little bit about what this is about?
Ms.
Because
White, Are there any further comments?
it was the personal, but individual homes, the ability to burn chimeneas and have fire pits, and this, okay, I'm sorry.
The chief saw what he found there were some deficiencies in the ordinance, and he recommended to us, just like we saw at the last meeting. Judy wrote the ordinance, so I'll let her discuss it if she wants.
Yeah, it just incorporates the recommendations of the fire chief, and as you indicated, it provides regulations that would be applicable to townhomes, residences, et cetera, that are not covered by the state fire code, but do regulate the use of open fires.
Are there any other comments, questions?
My only question would be, is there any consideration for fixed structures that currently exist? So any type of grandfathering or exceptions to this? I just went through real quickly, but I didn't see that there was anything that jumped out at me that said any fixed structure that currently exists prior to this ordinance would be.
What scares me is that I asked the same question at the last meeting. I mean, this is fairly scary to me. And what the chief said at that meeting was, what it talks about is the size of the fire, not the structure.
Well, but it talks about the proximity to any structure as being 15 feet. If they've built a outdoor kitchen, for example, with a pergola or something, and they've got an outdoor fireplace that's made of brick, or they've got a fire pit that's permanent and fixed in location, will they then be out of code if the 15 feet from a pergola or a kitchen, outdoor kitchen counter or something that they might have out there? I just would like to see some kind of language that would refer to these things going forward for fixed versus what might exist today.
They would have needed comments, right, to build those things?
Yeah, they would have.
Yeah,
but-
they would
but
have. But
I don't know that
I'm
this
not sure
wouldn't
if-
have been in the.
Right. Yeah, quite frankly, I didn't realize that the structures, but you're right, because the fire has to be 15 feet, so it would include a structure that's existing. Because when the fire chief explained it to us last time, and I didn't really pick that up, he explained it to us last time, it was dealing with fires, but obviously the fire's inside a structure. And this, as currently written, does not have a grandfathering clause. Generally it would be prospective, but it doesn't have a grandfathering clause. And my only concern with, without having some input from the chief would be whether structures that were existing, if they are permitted under some.
The only thing that I would like to say is if we do go back to revise this, I think it does make sense to talk about previously permitted structures as opposed to, I mean, you could build anything, and if you weren't supposed to build it in the first place, I agree with the grandfathering in, but we have inspections and codes for a reason. So, do we want to
How do we want to proceed?
table it?
Well, you can table it, and we can talk to the fire chief and just get some clarification on that, and then we can add a grandfathering clause.
But in the meantime, for purposes of the public, I would like to clarify that under the current code or the current ordinance, residents do have the ability to burn fires in outdoor fire pits and chimeneas. That's what the chief had discussed the last time.
Yes, the issue here was how it's done. It's not regulated right now by state code, and the idea, as proposed by the chief, was to include some reasonable, what he determined to be reasonable regulations. But yes, as it exists now, there are no regulations that would cover residential use of chimeneas.
Okay, so,
Someone
get some
needs to
direction.
move
Do
to
we
table this.
want to have a motion to table this until our next meeting?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we table ordinance number 2013-13, which is the amendments to open public burning.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. believe it's necessary that we should call the roll. Just no reason to call the roll. We've had a motion, we've had a second. We're tabling ordinance 2013 until our next meeting. Thank you all for your comments there. Good catch. Good catch. The next item on the agenda is Shelter Development Group, LLC. I'm going to turn it to Mr. Giles, who's going to quickly turn it away for himself, Robert.
This is a carryover, just for the purpose of this meeting. Councilman Marks is concerned. I spoke with Councilman Marks about having some other representatives here. Our school business administrator is here, I believe Captain Dan Sullivan is here, our chief of police is here, and our planner is here for clarifications if you have any questions as well. So I would invite those people if they want us to come up and sit in the front row. Please do so. And then with that, I will turn it over to the shelter group.
Well, thank you for coming back.
Our pleasure.
We were anticipating your appearance here. Clearly you heard one of our residents direct some questions to you, and I would hope in your presentation that you would pick them up and be sensitive to them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. As you know, I'm Richard Skolnick. I'm representing the Shelter Group, LLC, and we're here tonight on a proposal for a rezoning to add congregate care as a permitted conditional use in the R1 zone. Shelter, as you know, is the contract purchaser of the Parker Gardens parcel. For our record tonight, it's located at 1325 Terrell Road. The parcel is about 10 acres in size. Overall, we were here before you on May 7th, and we were here again 2 weeks ago on October 1st. We're going to go over our presentation again, address the issues you asked us to address. Many of the issues we have already on the agenda that were raised by the speaker earlier this evening. Shelter's plan, by way of review, is a two-phase plan, 180 units in phase 1 and 60 units in a later phase 2. And there are both assisted living and independent living components within each plan. Since back in May, my client and I and my client's professionals have met with various members of the community. We've met with adjacent property owners. We've met with Board of Education members and their staff. We've met with the board's or the governing body's planner to go over the proposal as well. So we've shared the basic concept, and we're of course here to do so further this evening. 2 weeks ago, you raised some specific concerns about having more widespread notification of this information session. We've taken steps to send letters to the neighboring property owners. We know there's been some articles in the newspaper. It's been posted, and we hope that we have created a forum where we can explain the projects, explain its merits, and go over the issues with as widespread participation as feasible. 2 weeks ago, you raised specific issues about emergency services and traffic. We have comments for you tonight from Mr. Holland, who you know, concerning emergency services, and we brought along our traffic expert to provide his observations and tell you where we are in terms of a traffic study and survey, and kind of integrate that with the proposed use and so on. So we're certainly going to address those issues tonight. With me again tonight is David Holland from Shelter. He's going to handle the bulk of the presentation. We'll have a few minutes with Mr. Tobia to talk about the planning issues that are involved here, and we have John Harder, the traffic expert. So, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we're here as long as you need us. We're going to have a kind of a basic presentation, and if we miss something or you want more information, we're here to answer the questions. I am going to ask Mr. Harder to just kind of help us out. Some of the exhibits we made 2 copies of so that the public can see it at the same time as well. It'll be a little bit easier. So we're just going to post this. I don't think we need to mark. You should have this in your package, essentially. Okay. take that. See if I can pull it off. Nice.
That horizontal part, everybody love
Can we find out how we're doing for the camera for that? Jerry, can we check and make sure the camera's able to pick that up? Is the camera able to get the visuals?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, we're saying yes.
Okay.
Okay. So, thank you, Mr. Warner. Okay, David, you want to come up and start? Mr. Mayor, where does it make sense for Mr. Holland to talk? Over at that
By that
microphone?
microphone would be good, because it'll be picked up on, for our viewers.
Okay, and then when I scream, I'll be
You
screaming.
just
in his
scream,
direction.
we love it, we're used to screaming in this chamber.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council, as well as those in the audience this evening. My name is David Holland, from a company called the Shelter Group. And what I know, I'll let everything settle down so everybody can.
Turn that. You know, let me ask you a question. Can I interrupt, guys?
Yeah.
You know, why does it seem so obvious? Can we move those, boards over here? So the camera can be on you, you can have the boards behind you.
Switch.
Why don't we just?
I'll walk over there,
no, the mic's gonna stay there, you bring the boards over there, would it be? I don't think that'd be
Can we
asking.
get the board over here?
Sure.
You guys can navigate that?
John's gonna hold it.
I'm sure they can handle it. I'm sure they can handle it.
Middle or short?
Just, so the camera will pick it all up.
He's gonna bring.
Bring one of these, why don't you bring the easel over here as well?
Yes.
Okay. Can you help us out?
Can you do that, or is it? We had all that time, hey, Bob? Are we gonna bill extra for this, Bob?
Thanks for your help. Blocking that body. Does the council have this exhibited, would you be able to bring it with you tonight?
I don't know if anyone else has, I'm familiar with it, however, so
Okay. So maybe.
I'm well versed. I have my notes on it, I don't know if anybody else wrote
Just
theirs.
so we're not so confusing, maybe John could sit down. The audience can see this exhibit fairly clearly. I know you can't see it from there, but you have the same exhibit in the packets.
I'm pretty familiar with the presentation
Okay.
as well. We've had the pleasure of hearing it a few times.
So if there's anything you want us to look around. and-
John was so good to set it up there.
Okay. Appreciate it.
Okay, now that we've got that together,
Okay. So, again, my name is David Holland. I'm with a company called the Shelter Group. We develop communities we call Brightview Senior Living. We are a company that's been around for over 30 years, developing different types of real estate and family accommodations. We've been developing Brightview communities for over 15 years. We're based out of Baltimore, but we have developed communities really up and down the East Coast, from Washington, D.C. up to Boston. And what we do is we develop these communities in clusters, because what we're really doing is we're performing a service. We're providing care and services and hospitality for seniors. And so we try to develop these communities in clusters where we can provide the best, most efficient care and services available. So we have communities around Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia, and Boston. I'm here because we're looking at trying to build those cluster of communities in and around metropolitan New York. We are currently developing 4 other communities in northern New Jersey, a community in Tenafly, Paramus, Randolph, and Warren Township. And we're here trying to do the same type of community in Scotch Plains. We see significant need for these services because of the growth in the senior population. And while there are some communities that provide similar types of services, there's still a significant demand that we see. So what I wanted to do was just provide a brief description of what we're proposing here in this community, so you have a sense of what's going to be, what kind of community this is, and what services are being provided and who we're serving. And we do have some pictures of communities of similar actually behind you, Rick, of similar types of architecture. Typically speaking, these are communities that are generally 3 stories in height. They're self-contained communities that include various types of apartments, anywhere from smaller studio accommodations on up to 2-bedroom apartments, with often with full kitchens, washers and dryers, private bathrooms, patios, etc., but a very residential experience. Inside the community, besides the apartment accommodations, is a commercial kitchen which provides meals. So we have different dining venues for those residents. The residents can provide their own meals in their own apartments, but they also have meals that come as part of the service package. And so we have different dining venues. We have a pub experience. We have more formal dining. And then there's a host of activities that occur in these communities as well. So there's a theater room. There often might be a sewing shop, a woodworking shop, activity rooms, card rooms for bridge, etc. All kind of encompassed within these communities. And so most of what happens is within the community itself. There's also passive outdoor activities like planters, gardens, circulation paths for walking. But for the most part, it's a quiet use. It's a residential quiet use. We're providing services to most residents who will be typically in their 80s and 90s. Some will be driving still, but most don't. Our experience is those who are coming in for more independent living services, maybe 30% of those residents tend to still drive, but we provide a robust activity program and scheduled transportation with passenger van as well as a town car to take people to cultural activities, to shopping, to doctor's appointments, etc. So for the most part, it's a relatively quiet community and use, but it's a safe, secure environment for seniors who tend to find themselves typically homebound before they make a move into our community, where they or their adult children can't necessarily provide care for them as efficiently as our community can provide in a safe, secure environment. And what we find is the residents move out of that homebound situation and come into a community like ours and can feel this vibrancy back in their lives again. And so that's one of the things we talk about. We are vibrant people creating vibrant communities. That's our tagline, for lack of a better word, but we really believe in that mission. Trying to provide people quality care, hospitality services in a safe, secure environment. So that's generally what we're striving for here. I know Michael Tobias, who is our planner, will talk to you a little bit about the impact from a planning perspective, the appropriateness of why we think this use is appropriate here. But generally speaking, I just want you to be aware that we consider ourselves a residential use. It does come in a more institutional type of building. We acknowledge that. But we find that we want to be in communities that are residential in nature, but on fairly well-traveled roads, so that there is an ease of getting to the community for the residents and their family members. We don't want to tuck this away in the back of some industrial park. That's not the idea. These are people in your community who have lived in your community for a number of years and want to continue to be a part of the vibrant community of Scotch Plains. So that's what we're trying to do, and we think this is an ideal location for that. But I'll let Michael speak to some.
Before we move on, can we just take these renderings, bring them, and to kind of do a close-up on them so folks at home can have a sense of what these really look like? I mean, you spoke to them. These are examples, homes that have been previously built by this organization.
This is a community.
Can you just hold it against the easel so that they can zoom in on it, and then you can speak to it.
Okay, does that help? And
You've already mentioned that fire pit's gonna have to be moved away from the building.
Only if it's 15 feet.
And put a mesh.
Touche, chief.
So this community.
That's only if New Orleans gets introduced.
That's true.
This community was developed in Marlton, New Jersey, in Evesham Township. So it's in southern New Jersey. It's the first community we've developed in New Jersey. As I mentioned to you, we're just now starting to create communities in this area. This is probably about an hour and a half away from you. And to the extent anybody has an interest in coming down and seeing it and talking to our residents, talking to officials in that town about their experience about us, we highly encourage it. But you can see, you get a sense that this is a community that's very residential in nature, despite the fact that it is 3 stories. So, you know, architecturally speaking, you know, gabled roofs, wraparound porches, outdoor activity areas, passive activity areas. But this is people's homes. And so we're striving to create the same type of feel here. So this is a community that's about 180 units right now, apartments, which is what we're talking about in phase 1.
Phase 1 will be
240 in total.
Units in total.
Correct. So hopefully that gives
Okay,
people.
why don't you go through the other boards, where they are, just to show the architect, no, those pictures.
Well, this is just another community. This is a rendering of another community down in Maryland, just outside of Washington, D.C. It's just a different type of architecture.
Just hold it against that so they can zoom in, so folks at home can see it. And you can speak to it now. You know, if you're anything like me, you know.
So, but the point here is this is just a slightly different architecture. One of the things, this is helpful as a reminder, there are some companies in our industry, and I applaud them for what they do as well, but they tend to try and develop communities that have the same type of architecture everywhere, and the same prototype. We tend to come into communities and fit the architecture and the building in with the site layout and the architecture of the neighborhood. So each one of our communities has its own local feel and its own architectural aesthetics. So
thank you. It was very helpful.
Do you have a third? You have another one, or?
no, that's in terms of the architecture.
David, can you just talk about what independent living is versus assisted living?
Sure. I appreciate that. So we talk about components of services that are provided in this community. As Rick had pointed out, we really have 3 components of services here. Independent living, which sometimes is referred to as congregate care, assisted living, and then we have a secure neighborhood for those with cognitive impairment or dementia. Independent living is very similar to assisted living for those who know what that concept is, except it does not have the personal care associated with it at that point. So it's allowing residents to come in a little more vibrant, a little more active. They don't need the personal care, but they're looking for the hospitality services. So the meals, housekeeping, maintenance, activities, transportation, those types of things are available to an independent living resident. As they age in place, they may need some personal care services. So we have a license under the state and Department of Health for assisted living services. There's a component of this building that will be available for those who need assistance with activities of daily living. You know, maybe getting out of bed, getting down to the dining room, some grooming, some bathing, those types of things. And then, as I mentioned, the third component being those who have some cognitive impairment and memory loss and dementia. We have a secured component of our community that will serve residents with those needs.
David, I know we're going to hear from the planner on the planning issues, but why does Parker's make sense from your standpoint as a developer and owner?
And Rick just raised something, actually, this last couple of words. You should be aware, and I think you raised this earlier about us as members of the community. We don't just develop these buildings and move on. We are not only a developer, but we're also a manager and an owner. Everything we've developed to date over these past 15 years, and now we're approaching about 30 communities, we continue to manage and own. So we're part of the community, and our goal is to be part of the greater community for the long term. So I wanted you to be aware of that. Why this location? I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but it's important to us that we find a location that is a good transitional use from the standpoint I'm referring to from a zoning perspective. We are residential use. We want to be among residential areas, but we want it to be easily accessible. So being in an area that has some other commercial uses or institutional uses on a well-traveled road, ease of getting to and from the community for residents and families are important. We will tend to draw a significant number of people from Scotch Plains, but we'll also draw residents who come from the adjoining areas and townships as well. So typically, within about 3 to 5 miles, somebody will have a connection to this community in Scotch Plains. Either they've lived here, or they've lived and moved out, or their family, their adult children are still in the area. So that's why we find this to be an ideal location.
Can you talk about the number of jobs and when those jobs will be created?
Sure.
Types of jobs as well?
So we hire both part-time and full-time employment. Those employees of this community are all going to be local or from the immediate region. We also have employees that oversee, from a regional perspective, operations from our Baltimore office, but we'll probably employ roughly 150 associates in this community, whether they be part-time or full-time employees.
Timing, I think, is a
Timing.
related question.
Yeah.
You know,
So-
when do you see this?
Yeah, and
rolling
again,
out?
obviously, there's a number of steps we need to take, appropriately so, to go through the zoning process, to have a site plan approved, and to develop construction drawings to allow for the development of the community. I expect that process will probably take upwards of about 2 years. We'd encourage it to take a shorter amount of time, but the appropriate steps be taken. It would generally take about 1.5 years to construct a building like this. So we are probably talking about opening the doors about 3.5 years from now. We'd love to go faster if we could. Sorry. Does that?
Please continue.
We want to be realistic.
No, but let me ask you a question. One of the things, I don't want to take us off on a tangent, because, I mean, I'm sure people got all kinds of questions they want to ask you. And maybe we can even entertain some questions from our audience. I don't know if that would be something we could do. I mean, considering that, the next thing we have addresses from the floor. So we're here to serve the community, obviously. So we may bend a rule a little as long as no one throws me in irons. But, you're coming to us with a very big request, which is to change the zoning, okay, of this property to facilitate your ability to build this and to buy it. You would not buy this piece of property unless we were to do that.
That's
correct, right?
That's correct.
It's kind of like a no-brainer at this point. But that said, we're going to build this thing out. 2017 is when you're going to move in. I always have a concern about back doors. I mean, when would you be closing a deal with Parker, or is there a point in time? Or let me rephrase the question. We go and let's say we were to agree to recommend a zoning change. And we do that. We do that specifically for this group here. Then we find out that your deal imploded. Then we've just taken on a cost, an effort to rezone this property. Tell me how that works. It fits with you all. So if we were to do this, are you committed to this? Or now are you going to Parker and trying to finalize your deal? I mean, when are you on the hook to build this? When are where's your money? Okay, along the line. I mean, I think that's one of the questions that may have been coming out of this gentleman now is, how does this thing evolve?
So I'll try and answer it as best I can, and Rick, from a legal perspective, may have some thoughts to add in. So a couple perspectives. First and foremost, we have an option to buy the property. We're not real estate speculators.
No, I got it.
But just to state the obvious,
Thank
as you said, we're an operating business, so we need the ability to develop the community and open the community before we purchase the land. So we need to get all of our approvals before we actually purchase the land. My investment, our company's investment, is the time and the process and the resources that we will take to get from here to that final set of approvals. there's lots of different ways to look at it, but some people think about it in terms of dollars and cents. I mean, we're going to spend significant money developing plans, engineering the site, seeking the approvals, putting the construction drawings together. Every single month as we're going through this process, we will continue to invest more and more in that process, probably upwards of $1 million to $1.5 million from the time you say, let's introduce this, to when we finally get our final building permits. So we have a significant investment as we go through this process, but clearly we need those approvals before we can actually start construction and develop the community. So our skin is in the game because we're heavily invested in developing this and continuing to move forward. What Rick can probably answer better than I can, but I'll take a stab at it, is we're not changing the zone here. What we're doing is we're asking to allow a conditional use to be added to the zone.
Right.
So if you approve our conditional use and we're not around to develop it for some unknown reason, then you've just added a conditional use that somebody else can either develop or choose not to, and it could be single-family homes or whatever the underlying zoning would allow. So I don't know if that helps to answer.
It helps a little. Have you ever had a situation where you've taken, the ball up court, and it's fallen out of hand?
Thankfully, no.
Okay.
We not to be cavalier about that
No,
statement.
but yes or no?
We're a privately held company. Every dollar means something to us, but creating the community and our passion for delivering services to seniors in the market is also important to us. We carry through with everything we've done. We've been fortunate to have the wherewithal to do that and the ability to get through that process.
And the track record.
That's what I was,
Right.
yeah. So we've done this in.
There's been about 30 communities altogether.
That's correct. And we continue to develop. As I mentioned to everybody, we're still in process right now in 4 other locations in this immediate area.
Just out of curiosity, just to put you on the spot, well, we could do our own due diligence, but what typically do committed communities look to from you when you go and propose and entertain building something like this? For instance, we talked last time about private bus service, for your citizens, maybe to bring them to the downtown. That as part of your agreement, that this would be something that would be considered in perpetuity, that we're not going to put a bus service in there for the first year to get the deal, but something that would add value to the township, okay, in terms of taking some of these seniors on a regular basis, should they desire, to come to our downtown and shop, to our CVS or whatever, that would come from your agreement. So my point, that's just one example. Are there others that you would be willing to share with us? I mean, maybe you don't want to know, but I'm sure you will.
Obviously, we are providing services that we feel and have been expressed to us a desire from our residents and our residents' families,
Right.
what they're looking for. So as your example, transportation, that's a critical component of the services we provide. The idea is to, as I said, get seniors out of their homebound situation, get them into a vibrant community where they can be with their friends and make new friends, but also then to be part of the greater community again. So our transportation and activity program is integral to what we're doing. We're not just providing apartments for people. That's a whole different product.
That's why I'm bringing it up. I mean,
Yeah.
we have this amazing library, we talked about it a little earlier.
Yeah.
That we'd certainly like these folks
So-
to have access to.
So that's our objective too, is to get people in this community out and about in the greater community, even to use community resources beyond Scotch Plains to the extent that those are desired by our residents. You asked the question earlier, what investment are we making into the community once we're here? We are here for the long term. So we're committed to being part of that community. So some of the things we do to a little bit self-serving because we want people to get to know us and understand what this community is all about. But we bring residents from Scotch Plains, as an example, into our community. We'll hold educational seminars. We'll hold tax planning seminars and conferences for people to just get a vibe for what's going on in this community, but also to learn. We have an opportunity, I think, here to do some great intergenerational programming with the school next door, as an example. I mean, that can really be neat, not only for our seniors, but also for the kids in the school. Building community service hours, and creating that vibrancy that, again, we're trying to promote here. So it's a really unique opportunity in this particular location as well. But the idea is we want to be part of the community. We want to be involved. We'll be doing fundraising with your township officials as well. We do Alzheimer's walks. We try and get people involved with our community and with the greater community. It's important to us. It creates vitality for our business, but it's also goodwill for everybody in the area. So.
Now, you've cited a couple examples. I'm sure, it's just as a follow-up to the next time we chat, maybe you can give us a little white paper of more specific areas that you have
Specific examples of how we've been
worked within the communities. I mean, we talked about bus service. We talked about the relationship between the middle school maybe or our high schools next door. All good things, but I'm sure there's more that you've already worked on and that you've done. 30 communities you must have great examples.
But I'd be happy to provide that, Mr. Mayor. Dave, can you talk about the tax dollars? That's obviously relevant. You're a tax-paying property owner.
We are.
And you've done some preliminary estimates?
Yeah. So, again, as I think we expressed at our last meeting, we have not spent time sitting down with the assessor to go through an analysis of what the real estate assessment would be on this property once fully developed. But from our experience in other municipalities, what we've done is we've taken the construction costs associated with a building of this type, and then we've applied the tax rate associated with it. And so for phase one, we anticipate real estate taxes to be somewhere in about the $600,000 range annually. If we do build out to the full 2 phases, that could be upwards of about $750,000. Again, that would have to be fully vetted by the assessor, but this is our experience related to other municipalities.
Now, our manager points out to, I guess, all of us here that you have to take that $700,000 in context of how it gets distributed, right? To the municipality, the municipality gets 17.5%, 18% of that. Whatever that number is, I believe 67% goes to the Board of Ed, and then the balance goes to the county. So the impact on the municipality, ex the Board of Ed, would be, what, who does the math, 150,000, Jerry, did we think? Somewhere in that area? So, again, back to the point that was raised before, one of the things the council has to consider is that, we have the responsibility for the streets, for the, fire, support and all else that goes with running a municipality. And clearly, we've got to make sure that that $150,000 is going to cover, those potential costs and, and even give us a windfall, which would be a wonderful thing for our township coffers this year. This time.
I understand.
The 150 that is absent the sewer utility also. That's not accounting for the sewer utility that would also be assessed there.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would like to point out, an educator, obviously any dollar that goes into the school system adds value to the community.
There's no question. I don't think anybody's questioning that. I mean, I'm certainly not. When, maybe you all can answer this. When do these, assuming you do this deal and Parker goes wherever, when do we start collecting, when do we start seeing taxes for this property? Because, there's 2 phases. I mean, you get taxes based upon a lot that's being developed, and then obviously the taxes increase accordingly as the attorney is nodding in agreement when it's, fully built out and occupied.
It is phased in, as you alluded to. and
So it could phase in over, not that, we develop it in 2017. Is there a period of time where we're not getting taxes on this 10 acres of land? Or we'll always be getting something?
You're always getting something, as far as the land, based on what it is at the moment it's assessed.
Right.
Yeah, that's, the assessor, Mike's really gonna have to determine that with these guys.
We're looking at about 40,000 right now.
Right, I understand.
40,000
Would
right
we
now.
continue to
And
get the
it's-
40,000 if Parker were not there?
Wouldn't it be
It could be
greater than
reassessed.
40,000?
Well, I'm
You'll
asking,
get something.
I don't know.
You would continue to get something, if something closed down for whatever reason and there was a reassessment, that could certainly change.
The land is still there.
Yeah.
Because the land is
Again, and it
always there,
would-
the land may have a higher value.
Guys, again, I'm just trying to put the economics out there, that's all.
And it wouldn't be the farm assessment, it would be the value of real estate development property.
There's also a rollback recapture of agriculturally farm qualified land.
I think that's what Councilman Beckerman was just alluding to.
Is that what, well, I don't know if that was.
I'm not sure that that's what I
I
was
think
alluding
that's,
to.
I think that was, the fact that
take
it's
it,
no
but
longer.
I'll go with it. I'll
It's
go
all right.
with it.
We're not growing corn there anymore,
Very
Lou, you know?
impressed.
I mean, there's no, we're not herding sheep there. I mean,
Can you talk about the impacts on the community in terms of emergency services? Certainly, there's going to be no school children.
Well, so, I mean, no school children is obvious. This is a community that is serving people who are 62 years and older. So no school children. We have private service of, for trash, for snow plow within the property itself. We have very few drivers associated with this. In fact, we haven't done a traffic study yet. That's something we will provide as we go through this process, especially through the site planning process. But we will be removing a significant amount of traffic that comes in and out of that community right now for Parker Gardens, replaced by our traffic. We have traffic associated with our staff, obviously, some guests, and our residents. But we may find that our traffic counts are not substantially different than what's going on at Parker Gardens today. We do have some limited amount of truck traffic that comes in. Typically, we bring in dry goods once a week in a larger truck, like a 18-wheel truck. But that's once a week, and then we bring in fresh produce 2 or 3 times a week in a smaller box truck. And then we have the typical experience of having FedEx and UPS come in. But again, it's serving 200 residents, but it's typically one truck. So it's concentrated, but we don't necessarily have more traffic associated with that mail. So that's the kind of activity that's going on in the community. And then from the obvious question that was raised last time is associated with EMS and the the rescue squad. I did have the pleasure of talking with Mr. Sullivan a couple of weeks ago. I understand he's here in the audience and can share some thoughts. What I expressed to you, to the council members last time, is that we had a distinction in my mind of non-emergency calls and emergency calls. But Mr. Sullivan was able to correct me and say that here in New Jersey, especially in Scotch Plains and Union County, all of our calls would be 911 calls that would go to the dispatch center in Union County. What the difference we can do is we can have a private service here that would be the primary service through the dispatch, and that the volunteer corps would be used as an option of last resort. So I've offered to work with Dan to make sure that we get a qualified provider that can provide prompt, safe service to us, because he's expressed some concern with some providers who are not necessarily as responsive. You know, clearly our main concern is having a safe environment for our residents, so I think we're all on the same side of the table on this. But what we would be committed to do is contract with a private service that the dispatch services would know would be the first call to provide service to this community, which would alleviate strain on your volunteer service. So I don't know.
I think you make an important distinction, though, and it should be discussed, is the difference between emergency calls and routine calls. From the police department standpoint, we respond, we're the first responders for emergency calls. And one of the councilmen asked me a question. I said, look, if you're having a heart attack in your facility or you're having a heart attack in your house, we have to respond to that because that's an emergency. And I don't think it's fair to assume that you're automatically going to look for a paid provider who may be somewhere else to handle an emergency call. You mentioned, I think the distinction lies in the routine calls for transportation. We have a nursing home on the other side of town. They don't use us, they don't call us to respond there when a nursing home patient needs to go to the hospital because the doctor now wants to see him because they've developed a medical condition. So it's important, I think, for people to know that's the distinction I would be looking for anyway, is that if there's an emergency, we want the closest person to get there to save a life. You know, that's what we're here for.
I appreciate that.
And you know, transportation issues, and you already mentioned that you provide private transportation for shopping and other things, and if you'd be willing to say someone needs to go for a doctor's visit rather than taxing them.
Of course.
The emergency services, you would have.
And we would do that. And one of the benefits, I apologize for jumping in, one of the benefits of a community like this is we're fully staffed, 24 hours a day. So we do have trained staff that can assess those situations and make those decisions that, you know, is this an emergency or is it something more routine that we can handle in due course? Obviously, what you said is important to us. We want to know that there's some first responder there that can bring service to somebody who has a cardiac situation or what have you. But what Mr. Sullivan said is we can use a private service, and if they are available to respond first, then that's how the call will go. And if not, we have the volunteer services a backup. And that's, I think, what, trying to address the concerns of the council and the township, we've tried to do.
Well, just following up on what the chief, since we're talking about safety, I don't have the answer to this. Jerry, maybe you just want to give some thought to this for a second. Fire department. I mean, we have a volunteer fire department. We have a 50-foot story building here. You know, it's 3 stories. I don't think we have 3-story buildings in the town. I'm going to assume that our ladder equipment would have no issues. But adding 240 residents to the community, I mean, you know, I don't know what would constitute the need for additional services. You know, I mean, if, God forbid, the whole place would burn down. I don't know what you would do. I mean, but I'm just trying to get. What's that? I want to direct that to Jerry. You know, and I don't know if you're equipped to answer that question.
Yeah, I mean, not in that.
It's like the traffic study.
The fact of the matter is, we have agreements with other communities, and if there were to be an unfortunate massive incident, you know, in all likelihood, as it would be really with any other major alarm fire, we would call our neighbors and they would respond in mutual aid.
I get mutual aid, but I'm just a silly question. Our ladders can reach the 3rd floor of these places? The chief is, I'm just asking.
Plainfield is a paid department, I'm sure.
Or town.
Well, I understand other departments and we have these agreements. I'm saying, but if, I just want to make sure that the fire truck in Scotch Plains, and for that matter Fanwood, you know, has a ladder that, you know, can reach the occupants without any issue on the 3rd floor, that's all. I don't know the answer. I'm hearing that the chief is nodding that it's a no-brainer.
I would say that our tower ladder is capable
No problem.
of reaching the 3rd floor, and then the mutual aid system, which is unbelievable in Union County, would kick in any residential fire.
You know, we've seen them in action. That's not the question here. I know
Can I ask you
mutual
a
aid.
question?
Yes, you may.
I realize it's a different housing situation, but you mentioned the nursing home. How often is the police department or the rescue squad, to your knowledge, called out for assistance there?
Virtually none. I mean, that's the way that they operate. I mean, it's, you know, we've responded to emergencies, but it's very, very, very little impact.
Because we have these arrangements in place for them.
It's the way that they
It's the way it's
operate.
structured.
They're
Yeah, well, I think
and
we're
they're
hearing the
they're a
same thing.
medical facility now. I don't, you know, so they take care of a lot of their own medical emergencies anyway. But you know, you're saying that you would have staff available there that are trained. I mean, obviously you don't have a doctor on scene.
But we do have RNs and LPNs on
Right.
staff.
Well, my question, going back to the medical emergencies, is that the only difference between this heart attack and that heart attack is that you've got a population density of elderly people who might be more prone to medical emergencies being brought into the community from not only inside the community, but from outside the community. They might be coming from neighboring towns. So you are creating a density of people that might be more prone to a medical emergency than your typical residents on average, which is a concern for me. But my question would be, given that we are a volunteer emergency response, we have a volunteer emergency response organization, would there be an openness to your community providing some type of monetary or other support to the local emergency response organization to help cover potential additional cost or services that your community might need. You don't need to give me a specific dollar amount, but I'm just saying, would you be open to working with the rescue squad in some type of tangible way to help facilitate a easier coverage from them on your facility?
Well, actually, we had spoken before the meeting here. He was in agreement with a lot of things prior to the chief speaking. There was he didn't have a problem with this, but the agreement is when you get these high density, as you said, you get a large group of people, older community, sicker community, in a housing situation. That's what you're going to have. You're going to have more calls in that location. Now, I've been involved in a lot of different areas in Union County as well as the state. When you get up these type of communities in, you're going to have a big influx of calls. You just ask the Borough of Fanwood with the Chelsea. You just ask the Town of Westfield with the 2 senior citizens complexes. There are a lot of calls there. You have a lot of calls to the 2002 Lake Avenue. You get a lot of calls down to Ashbrook Nursing Home. That's a contracted facility. The contracted facility down there, the contractor that has that facility doesn't come down there after 6 o'clock at night. That's one of the issues down there. We have another facility in this town that uses a lot of resources just because they service a lot of people. We've talked about that before, and all of a sudden it's 7 o'clock when they go to close. All of a sudden there's sometimes we have both of our ambulances over at that facility transporting their patients up to one of the other facilities over here. They're a high-use service, just because of the nature of their business.
So my question is really to you as much as to them at this
This is going to
point.
use a lot of our services.
Right, so how do we remedy that, is my question, is how do we come to a balance between the increased demand for services and the resources available to provide that? Whether the answer is we come up with it tonight or not, I'm suggesting that perhaps ongoing conversations in that area would provide us with some level of comfort that we're not going to get overwhelmed with a situation with our rescue squad with limited resources. That's what I'm asking.
Well, what you have is a balance here. What happens when we're not available, you have other services that are able to fill in some paid services. What we're basically saying is that potentially the paid service is the first call that goes out to that facility. Because actually, in light of things, there is a paid service that has a closer ambulance than the one that's here on the north side. Because there's one that's actually stationed approximately 500 feet from the building that's going to be built there. We already know that. And I suggest that you might want to reach out to that organization that might be able to provide a closer ambulance than the one that's actually probably, my guess is about 5 miles away.
From the north side,
The
yeah.
north side down to Parker's, 4 miles.
So then what I'm hearing from you is that you don't believe with the combination of their paid service and our current resources that this facility would not create a problem for our rescue squad?
I think we could find a balance here. If we're allowed to do it the way we was suggested, that if it's allowed to work out that way and if they honor their commitments. Because otherwise what you're going to have is very similar to what you had in Mountainside, where there wasn't those agreements and those, what ended up happening was there was an approval by the township to put 2 large organizations, you had the Brighton Gardens put in, and then you had Manor Care put in a very short period of time. And basically, you had the Mountainside Rescue Squad that basically went out of business during the day. And then you basically had Atlantic Health go in there during the day for all of their calls. But there wasn't enough calls for Atlantic Health to just answer Mountainside calls. So you basically had an ambulance in Warren Township and an ambulance in Mountainside. And that's how you got your ambulances. There's a shared ambulance between Warren Township up here in Somerset County
and Mountainside over here. And so we're basically saying is let's have the balance between the manpower we have during the day on our days of the week and at night in the evenings, and balance it out. Because I can tell you right now, there's going to be a big influx of patients out of this facility. You just got those type of patients. Healthy patients aren't going to move into this community. You're going to get the more fragile person that's going to move over here. The person that's healthy, the 96-year-old healthy person is going to be in their home. You know, the person that's a little bit more fragile, the person that wants like he said, the
Homebound.
person that wants the kids that want to make sure that their family's taken care of, their parents are taken care of, those are the people who are going to move into that type of community. They're a good community, don't get me wrong. If you just call up these other towns, there is an increase in EMS calls. And there is an increase in fire and police calls. It's just the nature of the business.
Well, and it's absolutely true. I mean,
it's just because
it's just that. So again, when you don't want to bring it back all the way to finances, but that's why you have to go through this process of vetting it and the due diligence, because it could wind up costing the community money having this facility if we don't do this due diligence, Councilman, to your point. And you're right. I mean, we don't expect the building to burn down, but there are people who will be cooking in there. Okay, if I'm not mistaken, in a good portion of the units. And I don't know what the history is, but you don't know. So what you have to plan for sometimes is what you don't know. And here, whether it's police, whether it's EMS, whether it's fire, there was some reference to, the traffic being the same as what exists today at Parker. I can tell you, there's no way the traffic's going to be the same. It's going to be considerably more traffic, just by the amount of staff that are going to be there, changing shift how many times a day. But that doesn't concern me. I wouldn't say that the deal's not a good deal, or this is not a good idea because of it. But that's where it gets back to make sure, and you alluded it to before, to your credit, David, the fact that you need to do the traffic study, okay, to make sure that with the school next door, and we know what it's like to be on Terrell at 8:45. The parents are double parked, there sometimes.
8:45, 9 o'clock. Don't be on Terrell Road.
Well, that's, but all this is good and part of this vetting process, which we need to get to the bottom of, because, I just take us off to a tangent. You said you notified, I don't know if it was Rich or you, neighbors, okay? But if you read the notes, it says 200 feet. I don't know who's within 200 feet of you. Maybe that's 4 homes. I mean, how many people because I believe Councilman Marcus wanted us to reach out further, because we recently had an example of that, where we reached 200 homes, but it was probably inadequate. How far did you go?
Well, let me,
and maybe you could answer that
Let
question.
me answer that, but to round out this conversation with Dan.
Yeah, I mean, I said to you, I might have been taking you.
Finish one before we go.
I said that. I prefaced my remark.
I appreciate that. What I would say is, I'm looking forward to working with Mr. Sullivan. We've opened this dialogue. We obviously have a ways to go in this process, but we're committed to adding resources here to alleviate long-term stress and strain on the system. We acknowledge that's one of the things that occurs in a community like this, so everything Mr. Sullivan is saying, I would agree with. I think we have the ability to make certain assessments of the residents' healthcare needs that can alleviate some of that strain, but clearly we're going to have more activity here. But we're open to working with Mr. Sullivan.
And an open dialogue between our groups. Yeah. That's the most important bit. Communication between groups is all of our groups. The Township Council, the emergency services, all of us, police, fire, rescue, and his group. That's the most important part.
And we're open to that too. Is my point. We want a safe environment for all of our residents and staff.
Can I interject? Can I interject here? Because you're talking about a lot of things that we discussed at the last meeting, which was not a televised meeting, and that is one of the reasons why you folks were invited to come back here tonight, so that hopefully more of our residents would be able to get this information, understand what this application is about, be aware of it, and give us their thoughts at some point. Everything that's been stated so far is very useful. and I think the current topic that you're discussing, to me, is obviously a major point in this whole application. The impact upon town services, emergency services, police services, what other impacts there may be upon the town besides those, traffic, clearly. Those are the crux of the problems. And I think what Mr. Sullivan is saying, and I thank him for coming here tonight, is very important. And I think that's the reason why it's necessary, in my view, to get all you folks in the same room together. And it's great that you're having this dialogue. I'm all for it. I support it. However, I think the bottom line is you've got to look before you leap. And that's why these topics need to be not just discussed, but in my view, they need to be, they need to result in actual agreements, not just a sense that we'll work it out at a later date or something of that sort, because we know how much work that the rescue squad already provides. We know how much work and what responsibilities the police department already have. And clearly, this type of development, as everyone has said, will result in added stress upon all of those services. So we need to intelligently have these discussions, but more importantly, come up with, in my view, agreements that are concrete, that are dependable, and that are going to be abided by. I mean, I was struck by something that Dan Sullivan said, and that was if these agreements are honored. I mean, I have no reason to doubt that you would not honor your agreements, but I would certainly hope and expect that that's what we're going to do here, because we don't want to find ourselves in a position where, we've created or allowed a problem to be created, which puts us in a worse off position in terms of all these things. So it's crucial, in my view, that these things all be taken into account. And then we're in a position where we can say, okay, we've got understandings, we've got agreements that, everybody feels are appropriate and everyone can live with and abide by, and will result in hopefully a situation where it's a win-win for all involved groups. So Dan, extremely important that your rescue squad is involved in that, and the chief and all the other town services that are involved in this conversation. But I don't want to carry on here, but I am concerned about some of the things that I'm hearing in terms of, say, the first responders, in terms of private contractors that may have limited hours, things of that sort. So I think we need to explore, the best available services that can be located for this type of community, so that we're not in a position where by default it falls upon the shoulders of the local services because they prove to be inadequate, first responders or what have you. So I hope that all can be achieved, and I'm glad we're having the conversation.
Let me just suggest that there are multiple mechanisms in the land use law for the hashing out of these details. So if you choose, one mechanism is an introduction, and then there's going to be a referral to the planning board, where these sorts of details, a review and recommendation by the planning board, with some more in-depth study of this issue. What does the ambulance squad need? That's another forum to get to those issues. And then, of course, ultimately, there's the planning board, where there are typically conditions of approval and a developer's agreement that's required. That's another form. So we're not shirking, and I don't think you're perceiving
No,
that.
I don't
Yeah,
think
we
anybody's
are. I'm
perceiving
just
you
saying,
doing that.
You have a bunch of issues, and we're now here for the third time, and there are stops along the way on this train to really get into the details of those. And
Well, let me understand those stops, okay? Because, yeah, if here, for the third time, maybe you'll be here for the sixth time if it's not important to do for both of us. I mean, it's a partnership we're gonna make forever. I mean, it's the way I see it, As I mentioned the last time, this is the biggest development we've done in this town since I can't remember, probably the Southwick development over, on the close to the south side. But, with that in mind, we need to vet these things now, because if we introduce the ordinance, Judy, correct me, we put it on the agenda and we approve to move forward, to take it to the planning board, which we probably have to set up a special meeting because it probably doesn't fall within that. But now, 4 weeks later, that's coming back to us, or talk to me here, for a final approval. And the information that I'm hearing here is not going to be garnered and disseminated in any reasonable fashion within maybe 2 weeks after the planning board looks at this. And we've asked, these are very important questions that Councilman have asked, Vastine and Marcus. And just take me through the process. So if we were to put this as a introductory item next meeting, Judy, what happens?
The planning board then reviews
Has to set up a
your
special
introduction.
meeting, 'cause it's probably not on
They
their
review-
agenda.
They will then make a determination as to what recommendations, if any, they have with respect to the ordinance, and they will send it back to the council to finally act on it. In that context, obviously, the planning board could recommend what we're talking about here, which is that you're going to have to deal with issues of EMS coverage, those kinds of things that you're concerned with here. But the planning board is going to have 45 days to do that. So the ordinance gets sent to the planning board, and then it comes back to you for a final adoption. But I understand your concern, and I think that the council should take into account and try to get your questions answered and be as diligent as you need to be about it. But there are going to be several opportunities for review of these issues.
But when we send it to the planning board, Judy, okay, I mean, they're not privy to any, unless they're watching, okay, and I know there are a couple of members up here, we're gonna ask them to get these answers that have been so thoughtfully expressed today? I mean, where's the monkey? Okay?
Isn't that why they're appointed to the
But
planning
Can I ask,
board?
can I just get the answer to my question?
Just
Is
put it
okay
out
with
there.
you?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Judy? So, we introduce it, and now, who has responsibility? I mean, I understand if you come back here, but now we're asking the planning board to look at these particulars?
You can ask the planning board to look at those particulars, but what I'm suggesting is it's not inappropriate for you to get the information that you need to feel comfortable with respect to introducing the ordinance and sending it to the planning board.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just interject for a
Of course.
second. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jennifer Bean, I'm the planner with CME Associates. I think that it's important to know that we're not looking at just this entity. You're being asked to introduce a use to a zone. So
Absolutely.
while this individual can make whatever representations they want to make with respect to EMS services or other types of concessions, once you adopt this as a conditional use in the zone, somebody else can also come and meet those conditions in that ordinance that have not been here making these concessions. And if they meet the conditions in the ordinance, they're permitted and they go to the planning board as an as-of-right development.
Very well
Jennifer,
said.
with all due respect, this is a 10-acre lot that's
Correct.
identified in the ordinance. And I believe at the last meeting, we discussed the fact that there's literally only one other lot
That's not
that's 10 acres, so that's not correct.
That's not correct. There are 6 lots that are 10 acres or more in the zone, most of which are occupied, whether it be a county park or a church or what have you. However, nothing is to stop somebody from acquiring a number of lots to accumulate 10 acres in the zone, that if they meet these conditions, whether it's fronting on a county road, the setbacks, et cetera, they would come in as of right. You cannot, and I would defer to your counsel here, but to zone for an individual person's benefit is illegal. That's spot zoning. So I just want it to be clear that, number one, this is not an application. This is a discussion about a zoning ordinance that would allow this use, whether it be this group or other groups that provide the same service, to develop this in the R1 zone in town. So I think that if there are specific concerns, it's important that those be added as conditions in the ordinance, so that if a future developer comes in and does acquire these properties or has the ability to move forward in the zone, that these issues that you're vetting out, and I agree, rightfully so at this point, would be in that ordinance moving forward, whether it be, EMS or whatever other issues that come out of this process. Because while I don't disagree with what's been said, and I can represent that I have looked into their other developments as well, but there are other entities that perform this or provide this service as well, and they would not be bound by whatever agreements are made by this individual.
Jennifer, I think that's an excellent point, and I think it goes right to Councilman Marcus was referring to in some of the discussion we've been having, okay? Because, we here, not you, have been through this recently with the redevelopment, of the Shakamaxon property, where certain, proposals were put out there, maybe some T's didn't get crossed and I's dotted, and consequently what was perpetuity became 5 years, okay? As we well know, in terms of maintaining it as a golf course even. So, yeah, I think that I'm getting a sense that people want to know that this can't be a verbal agreement. This needs, and that's why it needs to be vetted, it needs to be a document. And if it's tied to this agreement, just like the Shakamaxon deal, okay, not to bring in ancient history now, I think that's absolute paramount.
I have a couple questions.
I'm sorry.
My question would be that, obviously the Parkers have a desire to sell their property. What can go there right now? What can happen on those 10 acres?
It's zone residential.
Okay.
So you can have
10 homes, no.
single family dwellings. You can have farming activities. You can have.
How many single-family dwellings, according to the current?
There are one. So
8-ish, depends. I mean,
40,000 square feet.
it's yes. So I think the property is a little bit more than 10 acres, but it would depend on a number of factors. Infrastructure would have to go in, a roadway plus drainage and those types of things, which discounts probably close to about 20% of the property, and then you would have the balance for your development. So 8-ish, 8 to 10.
So out of
maybe.
14 acres, you're talking 10 homes.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, you would discount about 20% for roads and drainage and those types of things.
are you done?
It's okay. I'll wait and hear ask your question. Thank you.
So if we grant a conditional use, can we specifically grant the conditional use for a senior housing facility? Or how does the conditional use grant, how is that defined? Is that defined by a specific type of use? Like someone couldn't come back after this and say, well, you made a conditional use change from your R1, now we can build a 5-story office building.
No, I think what I have seen, I mean, I haven't drafted the ordinance, I've reviewed the documentation that's been provided, and the documentation as written identifies CCRC, which is a continuing care retirement community, as a conditional use in the zone, in the R1 zone, with a series of conditions. One being the size of the property at 10 acres, the other being has to have 200 feet of frontage and width and front on a county road, which would then limit
the ability to do it in certain circumstances. There's specific parking requirements that are
Okay,
enumerated in
but
there.
then if the plan itself goes to the planning board
Correct,
and they institute conditions upon this developer,
correct.
they could impose the same conditions if this entity went away and somebody else tried to build an assisted
doubt.
living facility. And would those conditions be transferable in the sale? Like, let's say they decided, you know what, this isn't working the way we thought it would, we want to sell the property to someone else to manage this facility. Would those conditions be transferable to a new acquirer?
Yes,
Okay, so ultimately,
on
though.
the same property.
Right, oh,
Right,
well,
yes.
that's what we're talking about.
Yes.
So, I mean, ultimately, it seems to me that if, no matter what happens, whether it be this property or someone acquires 10 lots and accumulates 10 acres, before the ground is broke, before a single brick gets laid, whatever plan they have has got to go to the planning board, and whatever conditions the planning board sees fit to be put on that development are going to be imposed in some form of perpetuity.
And included in the ordinance. We would have the opportunity to include that.
Right,
in the
it's going to
ordinance.
come back to us eventually with their recommendations, and
What they're doing, let's be clear, when you introduce the ordinance and it goes down to the planning board, it's not there for a site plan application. It's there for a consistency determination with the master plan.
Right.
So they can review it, determine whether it's consistent with the master plan, make reasonable recommendations, but you're not gonna have a hearing on this application. So the conditions that are gonna come back from the planning board are not gonna be based upon a detailed traffic study or a detailed drainage report. That happens after you implement the zoning, which would come back here for a public hearing. Once you have your public hearing, there's a 45-day appeal period, and then the zoning is in place. Then they would submit for preliminary final site plan to the planning board, which would be much more detailed.
okay, but ultimately, if we're making a conditional use as a retirement community, it's not going to be anything else, and ultimately, no matter what goes there, eventually, someone's going to have to put forward a plan to get approval from the planning board in the form of a retirement community.
Absolutely.
And those conditions are going to be imposed by the planning board, or ultimately, they're going to refer back to us.
No, that's the part that you're missing. It's introduced.
Once we don't have ultimate site.
You do, but they're not gonna have a site plan hearing in between.
No, I understand that. I'm talking about, we've done this, we've changed the conditional use. They look to make sure that it's consistent with our master plan.
Right.
They recommend back to us.
Correct.
We pass this change of zoning, right?
Yes.
To include the conditional use. Then they say, now we're gonna show you what we're gonna build there. Whether it be them or someone 10 years from now, they're gonna have to get approval, which will hopefully include these considerations and conditions. And I guess the reason why I'm going through this process openly is that it's not like we say yes tonight and then no one else pays attention to this from that moment on. And I almost believe that we're being redundant in the process by us adding conditions to this step in the process versus those limitations and conditions being added when it comes time to break ground and build a building.
There are different types of conditions. The conditions that you see in the ordinance that's being used as a proposal are it's no different than if you look in the zoning table and you have area with coverage, setbacks, et cetera, your zoning parameters from which a plan is prepared, which is what is being proposed in the ordinance. And it's important for those conditions to be there for a number of reasons. One is, if a proposal comes in somewhere in the R1 zone that doesn't meet those conditions, whether it be area, frontage on a county road, or whatever the case may be, it's a zoning board case. It's a use variance. They have to go and demonstrate the required proofs under the municipal land use law. There's a public hearing associated with it, and there's a different statutory requirement associated with securing those approvals. If an application comes forward after the zoning is in place that meets those conditions, it's treated as a permitted use. It goes to the planning board, different voting, different process. So that's why those conditions are in place. Typically, the conditions on a resolution after a preliminary and final site plan hearing are very site-specific with respect to how the development is presented. And depending upon the location of it, who's presenting it, what they envision the development to encompass, generates specific conditions, some of which are raised by residents that come with concerns about what time garbage is gonna be picked up, and so you control, the time of the pickup of the garbage. Those types of conditions are associated with the resolution of approval, after which there have to be a developer's agreement as.
That's the key thing
Yes.
that you're, Councilman, you were implicitly referring. There is gonna be a detailed developer's agreement.
Right.
That is gonna mimic to a degree conditions in the planning board resolution, assuming ultimately there's approval. We'll have vetted this, there'll be negotiations back and forth, maybe into a contract. So the planning board is gonna deal with those detailed things. And then the planning board is gonna say, and you have to enter into a developer's agreement with the municipality itself. And you were implicitly referring to that. I'm gonna submit that that is at least another appropriate place to deal with these issues. Yes, you can try to front load it and deal with time of pickup and phone numbers and transfers. You can do that all the way up front. Another way, and I'll submit that most of the time, these sorts of details are handled in the developer's agreement. It gets vetted fully at the planning board. We're gonna have 2 stops at the planning board here. We're gonna have a stop potentially in a couple of weeks where we may work out a lot of the details. They'll have a recommendation that, these 5 things have to be dealt with ultimately. And then if it goes back for site plan approval, there'll be another whole vetting process. And assuredly here, the planning board is gonna say there has to be a developer's agreement. That's an agreement between the municipality and the developer, and it's not gonna be missed that has to be involved with emergency services. So implicitly, you were referring to it. I'm glad you mentioned that. Took a little while to get to it, but that's a developer's agreement that customarily handles these sorts of details. Mr. Mayor, I'm not saying it can't be done up front in every detail, but we're here to commit to saying.
No, I just don't see, listen, I think we all get it. It's just the idea is that these details have to be worked out. You came to us to change the zoning board. You didn't go to the zoning board, okay, which you could have gone to, right? So you came to us and you circumvented going to the zoning board, which would be the normal process, or not?
They're not permitted in the zone.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay.
you have an ordinance that
Right.
says we can come and make an application.
No, I'm not
So
saying
we
you
can
can't, no,
Yes.
but I'm just saying, but I get it, but you did come here, and, it's reasonable to make the request that you do try to front load to get some of this information, so that when it winds up on the planning board, I think that's in your interest too, to facilitate this, to get it, so that it doesn't get bogged down there.
Well, we've been,
It's moving the ball.
but
That's-
no,
I
but the
just-
ball isn't being moved. I mean, for the record, just so people understand really how this has all been functioning, this has been out there for 5 months. 5 months ago, I asked the questions about EMS. We asked it again at the last meeting, and I know that Mayor Glover has been very careful to credit every other member of the council with those points of concern, and I think that
That's a
that's
good point.
fabulous. But I also want to get out there that we are not taking any steps forward. And while obviously we want to be a community that gets all of the information and makes an informed decision, we also don't potentially want to become a community that has a reputation that we are inhospitable to business or that we are not taking appropriate steps when we have the possibility to bring appropriate development consistent with our previously developed master plan that has the potential to bring tax revenue both into the township, into the county, and into the schools, which, no matter how you look at it, does offset the cost to individual homeowners who are suffering in this community, stifling under the property taxes that we have, where we have very little potential for increased tax revenue without starting to look at these possibilities. So all I'm saying is the same thing that I said at the last meeting, and the meeting probably before that, is let's take the first step, introduce the ordinance, and by all means, it is absolutely fabulous to see so many members of the public available. Come to meetings, speak out, inform your members of the council, and This will continue to go through all phases of the process. An introduction of an ordinance is an introduction of the ordinance. It will allow us to continue the process, to take some steps forward, as opposed to 5 months, 3 meetings, 0 steps. That's where we are now.
Thank you.
Well, I
Thank
would-
you.
I
Can
would-
just,
I would
I
like
have
to-
to respond
All
because
right.
there was a reference,
Okay.
being made to me. Forgive me if I didn't credit for you something. I don't know what that contribution that I overlooked was, but I will tell you, just for the record, the first time these gentlemen came here and presented to us, I recall that, Councilman Vastine, if you recall, said, well, why are we entertaining this until you buy the piece of property? So I think we are trying to work, I think you recall, we sat there and said, why are we having discussion? Buy the property first, and then we'll have this discussion, David. That's what took place. So we've come a long way, and obviously we went through the summer. The council only meets so many, times during those dog days of summer, and we're here. And it's only until recently where we put these, concerns on the table. And I think this has been a very healthy discussion, in spite of what you may think, and I think it's all beneficial to the town. We've had council, be concerned about spending money, okay, and what's our rate of, what's our return on investment? If the municipality winds up with $125,000 and it cost us $150,000 to support this, we ought to know that, okay? I'm not saying it will. I personally have my own opinions. I think this might be a very good facility. I've shared that with you, Rich. I've shared that with you, David. But I got elected to make sure, to make sure that it's a good deal for us. That's all. And it's a question of, do you put the cart in front of the horse or the horse in front of the cart?
got elected to do something, Mayor, to do
I
something
didn't
for
interrupt
the
you, and again,
community.
please, point of order, stop being rude and let me finish, okay? You have a tendency to do that, and I don't really appreciate it. So all I'm saying is that we do get elected to do something. We get elected to do something right. And quite frankly, I'm gonna tell you, there are people on this council who felt that the way Shaka Maxon went down was not necessarily always in the best interest of this community. So we want to make sure this time we do it right. And if it creates a little additional burden on some people, so be it. This project is not going to be, shovel in the ground until 2017. It is in these businessmen's interest, it is in our municipality's interest, it is our citizens' interest to get it done right. So let's work together on this to do that.
Well, I think my point, speaking on a higher level, is just like there is the division of power in government, we have a planning board that deals with these types of issues. I think we're becoming a little too involved in the details when that is the purview of the planning board. To the deputy mayor's point, we don't get to the point in the process where we put those things together unless we get started. And we don't have anybody else looking to develop that property at this moment. So I think, I hear what you're saying, but given the fact that it's gonna be a retirement center, assisted living facility, no matter what, when they go to build it, they're gonna have to get approval. I don't care if it's this group or another group.
One of the things that I might suggest, and forgive me for interrupting you.
No, that's okay.
May help to provide the information that you need, but also continue to move the process along is perhaps coming up with a model developers agreement for these types of facilities, so that the township has a standard developers agreement, which
Sounds like a
makes
good
all
idea.
these agreements and requirements with respect to EMS and other issues, whether it's concerns of the governing body or concerns that are vetted out at the planning board, and come up with kind of a standard developers agreement. Of course, would have to be tweaked depending upon the individual property. And I don't mean to suggest, and I don't really know, because it's not really my business, whether or not there really is even a market for more than one of these facilities within an individual community. Most of the time, I don't see more than one get developed, because of the size of it and the draw of it.
We're hoping for one.
But to come up with maybe a model developers agreement, which could actually be vetted out while the process is continuing forward, because that's really the last step, which includes the conditions from the planning board and any additional concerns that the governing body may have. You would be able to have something standard, so in the event that, you know, this is not the only facility of this nature that gets developed here, you have consistent standards and consistent.
Can we call that a manifesto?
It's not the last, let me just correct you. It's not the last step for us.
No.
Wait, just gotta give it a shot. It's not the last step. We're committed to knocking this out. We don't think this is brain surgery. We have a tentative understanding of what's gonna happen. We wanna knock it out in 30 days. We wanna knock it out before we get to the planning board. I don't know if we can, but we're not looking to move the issue of ambulance squad to the end of the process. That doesn't help me. We would like to move it along, of course. I mentioned that once or twice, but we're willing to attack it right away so that even when we get to the planning board in 30 or 45 days, maybe we don't have a full developers agreement, we have a memorandum of understanding of the 8 or 9 points. We want to confront it early. Why? It's in my client's interest, because we're not going to make it to the finish line until we have a pretty good understanding. And we don't want to spend $250,000, $350,000 and there's some critical deal point that is not going to be satisfactory. So we want to get to that issue.
That's a reason. Yeah, it's reason. I think what I'm hearing is quite reasonable.
Starting tomorrow morning, I would like to ask Ms. Barone, maybe somebody has a model developers agreement that has some EMS provisions in it. We want to do that tomorrow, because if you don't like it and we can't reach agreement, we don't want to do that.
I couldn't agree with you. And I think what Jennifer is saying is very reasonable.
I think the reason that I suggested that perhaps the developers agreement was the appropriate vehicle to make sure that your concerns as a governing body are addressed, while at the same time continuing to move the ordinance along. I'm not suggesting that one wait for the other. It can be done concurrently, but you know, as you're aware, those developers agreements in many instances have a lot of detailed information in them that take a lot of back and forth. But I think that given, like you said, the size and scope of a potential project of this nature, having those discussions and moving the developer agreement or model along could be done concurrently to continue the ordinance process to get the proposal down to the planning board, who may have some additional concerns based on dealing with applications and whatnot, which also would be useful in that process as well.
That was very helpful.
Not to hold it up, but to
I think that's very helpful, Jennifer.
Mr. Mayor, may I?
Please.
Please. We're kind of reinventing the wheel. If you've done this 30 times before, there have to be 30 other developers agreements that you've entered into. Would it be possible to get copies of that to see what questions we didn't ask?
There's a lot of developers agreements out there. I don't know if I have one in my office. I'd have to look for an EMS type one.
Okay, but in the 30 developments that your client has done, they've had to have 30.
Oh, there's a lot of developers agreements out there.
Right.
There's a form of developers agreements.
I'm sure Judy's right.
It was actually just a seminar a couple weeks ago, just on developers
I
agreements.
believe your office should be able to look at something like that too.
I think everybody's points have been good points, but the point that I want to make is, you know, look, you're a serious applicant, and we're a serious, governing body about this issue. But I know from my own comfort level, Jennifer stated it, Mr. Skolnick, you stated it, you used the term front load, things of that sort. I mean, I'm trying to understand in my own mind why wait? If we have such an important issue as reaching an agreement in terms of emergency medical services, would we be in a position, let's say we introduce this ordinance at our next meeting, just hypothetically, would we be in a position by the time of final approval, second reading, that we would have an agreement in place on that subject? Or is that, I would want that to be the case, to be quite honest.
Not a signed, formal agreement, but just an agreement on how it would be addressed?
Yeah.
I guess that's
Well,
the
we
question.
could make that part of the condition at that time. Could we not?
Well,
I mean, if we say, look, this is a condition, no. Yeah, I think, one thing that I do think needs to be stated is, we didn't bring this application here. This application came before us.
Correct.
I'm not a land use attorney. I'm not on the planning board. I'm not on the zoning board. I'm on the town council. But your application is here. So if we have concerns, we have the right to address those concerns here.
I think you
That's
just said
not,
that I
it's
work
not
for you.
tamping anybody's application out, delaying it. Nobody's trying to do that. We want to move the ball along. I would like to do that. But it has to be done the right way. So that's the question.
I'm not disagreeing, but I just want to clarify, I don't work for them, I work for you. So I'm just trying to bring up any potential hiccups with this process. Do I think you're going to have a formal agreement in writing at second reading? No, because the developer's agreement incorporates conditions associated with your site plan approval, which comes after the zoning is put in place. So do I think you're going to have an agreement in writing? You may have an agreement between this applicant and your EMS that they have come to terms with and
Well,
in
that's
some way, shape, or
what I
form.
think we're driving at. That's certainly what I'm driving at.
And maybe the other thing to offer is, we would be fine, maybe Mr. Sullivan can offer language that he would be comfortable with as an agreement for private service, and we can put that as one of the listed conditions in the zoning ordinance. So
That's a very
you have
good
a zoning
idea.
ordinance in front of you now that has like 8 conditions.
Right.
We could add a 9th condition that says, whoever is applying to develop under this conditional use ordinance has to have, because it's this congregate care retirement community, has to have private ambulance service that's, whatever the language is you're comfortable using, we can add that as a condition right now. We should do it now, your planner should review it, and then we can give it back to you and have you introduce the full, would very much support doing that.
With another condition that says there's going to be a developer's agreement.
Of course, yeah.
Which is implied.
It's implied.
The law result specifically said
Good idea.
there's going to be a developer's agreement.
No, I understood that, and I think what Councilman Marcus is requesting is kind of what
That's great.
where we're trying to get to. So the intent being is that if that development agreement is never agreed to, what happens? Is my only
So,
question.
I guess what I'm saying is,
No, so we move the ordinance, we have this model development agreement.
Yes.
We make certain stipulations, we move it on second reading with an understanding that we have to reach a development agreement
Yeah.
between your company and the council, I would assume, okay? Not the planning board, right?
The end of the developer's agreement is with the municipality.
With, as I said, with the
At the
municipality.
end, after the whole.
Site
Okay,
plan.
but if we don't, Councilman, just, am I saying it right? That if we don't get this agreement between this governing body and them, that regardless whether we've gone through an introduction and a second reading, final reading, this doesn't get built.
correct.
But
Is
the
that your-
zoning is in place.
Yeah.
But the zoning
can
is
control
in
whatever.
place for someone else to walk
For
in,
someone
which
else,
is,
right.
which is, there's a
Makes
risk
sense.
there.
I would add that we also have the chief of police here, and that's part of the emergency service, so, I mean, the police respond to these emergencies too. I know the chief gave, and the fire clearly. So, I mean, look, these are not things that I'm trying to suggest as impediments to your application, or as the mayor, or, I believe, or anybody else. But I think it's an intelligent approach to addressing the issues that are before us, because, they're before us. I mean, we're being asked to make a land use decision, so, I don't think that doing it, in anything less than a somewhat comprehensive fashion makes sense.
And I would agree with that. And so what we've done is we've tried to take our experience developing in other communities, proposing an ordinance that your planner has had some experience reviewing in other municipalities, trying to get a consensus that these are reasonable terms, and then having this level of discussion is what I'm used to raise things that should be added to those conditions. So we are raising the concern about EMS. I think there are ways to work through it. Mr. Sullivan and I have already started that process. We can more formalize it as an additional condition, but we'd like to try and move the process. There are some details that are going to have to wait till the site plan approval and the ultimate developers agreement, which we're signing with the municipality. But clearly, we can't develop anything unless we agree on the developer's agreement with you.
Sure.
So,
Yeah, we're not trying to be unreasonable. We
I
don't want
understand
anybody
that.
to invest $300,000 and wind up with nothing.
yeah.
Okay, that's not fair, okay? Which is the reason when you first came here, we agreed to listen to your pitch without forcing you to go buy the property before
I
we
appreciate
entertain this discussion. David.
And one of the things you and I talked about a long time ago is your sensitivity to the developer process, the development process. We've talked a lot about this won't open for another 4 years, 3-4 years, but we only have so much time
No, absolutely.
with the Parkers, in all due respect. They are going to make a decision as to whether we're going to be successful moving this forward or not. I only have so much time of feasibility to determine that. It's because it takes so long to open the door and there's so many steps along the way, we need them to stay with us in this process, and they're making that determination as well. So we're under agreement with them, but we can't be here forever either. And that's not a disparaging comment. I just wanted everybody to get a sense of what goes on. So you've been very responsive to us. We really do appreciate it. Anything we can do to keep moving ahead in a positive way, we'd like to do. But if there gets to be a point in time where you say,
Well, we
you know
get
what,
it.
there's a condition that we just will never agree to, then we'd rather know about it.
But you better know about it now.
You got it.
Exactly,
That's-
and I think you and I have had those conversations, you know? I would not expect you to go and sink hundreds of thousands of dollars into a project that's gonna crater and burn. That would be unfair to do. And, you know, and as a, you know, it's just as an individual, aside from being the mayor, I wouldn't want any part of that.
Other than for legal fees, that would be okay.
Well, no, let's not go there. That opens up a lot of discussions, legal fees. in
I've
this
got a
house.
couple of other questions. Not that I'm looking to have these embedded into a developer's agreement, but just things that I thought about that I kind of want to get your thoughts on as to how these things would be addressed. So if I could, I'll just kind of go through them. You mentioned earlier that there are some people, and maybe I heard you wrong, but there would be some residents that might have Alzheimer's or that might have some kind of mental incapacity. Obviously, that creates a risk of wandering off. And does your facilities design kind of mitigate that risk, especially given the fact of the close proximity to the school? That's one question. The other question that relates to the proximity to the school is, do you have, you know, a process in place for background checks for your employees that are going to be in close proximity to young school children? And then the next issue kind of goes the other direction, which is it's a middle school. You've got a lot of loud kids that are out on the playground during recess. Are we going to get to a situation where we start getting complaints that there's too much noise, or have you addressed that issue in a way that keeps your residents happy without, you know, causing our dear administrator to muzzle kids when they go out to the playground during phys ed?
Or having bands with drinking till 2 o'clock in the
Well,
morning?
so obviously you hear what we want to anticipate, but those are some, you know, aside from the things that I personally believe will be addressed and memorialized in a developer's agreement, those are things that I just kind of, they're a little obscure, and I want to see what your thought process is, and because, I don't know if you have other facilities near schools like this, but it is a kind of a unique situation, I would think, to be right next door to a school.
I don't recall, I don't believe we have any communities directly adjacent to schools.
So Alzheimer's, background checks, noise levels.
Thank you. So our dementia programs, they are secured units, they're secured program areas. So secured to get in through doorways, secured to get out through doorways, and outdoor spaces that have secured fence and gate areas. 8 feet high, so I haven't even checked your ordinance to see if you have certain fence requirements, but it's critical for a potential elopement getting out and over those fences. This is what our industry has found, 8-foot fences. We started out with 6-foot fences and had some problems in our industry. Not widespread, but some, so now 8-foot fences. Very pastoral, architecturally nice, beautifully buffered, very nice grounds for anybody. But the point is, a secure environment that's safe for those residents. We have not had any issues in all of our communities, and across the industry, very minimal issues. So we feel very confident in that. We've studied this disease significantly. I can't tell you that I'm nearly an expert in it. I'm involved in development of communities, but we have a whole team that's dedicated in understanding the disease. So I feel confident about that. Background checks. I can provide you our corporate policy on how we handle that. Again, that's not a piece of what I do, but we clearly do that no matter where we are, regardless of whether we're near a school or not. What's that? With the construction workers? Well, that's handled by our general contractor. Those are policies that they have in place as well. And we have a team of general contractors we work with that we have a lot of confidence in, but thank you for raising that. So I think you'll be satisfied with what we have in place. I know it's important to us as well. So if you'd like, I can produce.
Just as a non-development agreement item, well, because you were very helpful in defining that. Could it be something in that public safety area that could be worked with the chief, to just so that he has an understanding of what your policies are, and that he feels confident in your policies being able to, I don't want to get too onerous, but I want to make sure that the people that we trust every day have confidence in whatever plan it is or policy that you have.
Yeah, again, I don't know the right forum for doing that. We have certainly supplied some of our policies, administrative, maintenance O&M, things like that, to township officials for their review.
Great.
So I'll be glad to walk through that with you.
Perfect.
And then
Noisy kids.
Noisy kids. So I don't want to speak for every senior in the area. We often find seniors are drawn to more activity. We tend to have our the most desirable units are on the front of major roadways. They want to be involved in the activity. So I don't think that's going to be a particular issue. But beyond that, then you got to think about the distance we're talking about and the buffers we're creating. So our building, as it's proposed right now, I think it's roughly 100 to 150 feet away from the property line, and then the fields are beyond that. That's quite a distance. Our communities are insulated, and again, most of our activity happens indoors, so we just don't tend to have significant problems. We tend to be on some fairly large highways, never a particular problem for our residents. But we're sensitive to it, but I don't think we'll ever have complaints associated with our residents and your activity next door.
Thank you very much.
Just one last question. I asked it before, and I think we just went off all over the place. We talked about notifying some of the neighbors within 200 feet. You used as a benchmark.
Dave didn't notice it. This was an.
I'm just saying, how many of the residents, how many people have you specifically contacted?
I believe we must have sent about 20 to 22 letters to homeowners in and around this site. So residences that are along Carroll Road, obviously.
Can you just share that with Mr. Gimes, who you sent them to at some point?
Oh, I'd be glad to.
Okay, great. Because we just had an incident where, right, Mr. Gimes, some people got letters, and they said they never got the letters. So that would be very helpful.
Yeah. And what we do, because sometimes that happens, is we mail them out, and they look like junk mail, and people toss them before they
Listen,
open
we
them.
got registered letters that they said they never got it. It was a little embarrassing when we showed up with the darn letter.
So this is an informal step we're taking at this point. This isn't a public notice. But we actually handwrite the letters, we put on the actual stamps, we try and make it as personal as possible. We have sent letters out in the summer, and then as I mentioned to you prior, we actually, the Board of Education was kind enough to give us some space in Terra Middle School in the summer. We had 3 different meeting dates, and then I give, to those who gave me email addresses, I send updates to periodically to tell them where we are in our process, and then subsequent to our last meeting on October 1st, I send another letter out to the whole group saying where we are in the process and please come out to the October.
Just share that with Jerry, if you would. Does anyone else have any questions for these folks? We're going to do that in just about a second. Because the next item, it works out that I won't get in trouble because it's addresses from the floor. And I'm sure these folks will hang around a bit. You know, they've worked so hard already, you know.
So I have a question before we go to that step. The next meeting would then be a council conference meeting. Are we going to conference again on the subject and then decide whether or not we put this on the business, the televised agenda?
Excuse me, it's actually a combination. We do both in one night, a conference and business.
It's the Thanksgiving meeting, it's 2 meetings in one. So it'll be televised.
So, I mean, can we just, I made a motion last time, I couldn't make it, I wasn't allowed to make a motion to do that. There was some,
You
right?
can do it now.
I'd like to make a motion that the introduction of the ordinance, not the building permits, be introduced at the next council meeting.
I'll second that.
Okay?
Well,
Yeah.
What is
you
the
want a
date?
roll call vote? Are you asking for a roll call vote?
Wait,
I would suggest.
Yeah, I would suppose that, the date was the 15th of November? 16th?
November 12th.
12.
You were
I
all
would just
wrong.
submit that if we're gonna get some language regarding the EMS to include as one of the actual ordinance conditions, I mean, I would defer to you, but if we introduce and then we add something like that, wouldn't that be substantive?
But, right, you're gonna, but perhaps if we're having a combined meeting though, right? So,
I think
you could still do it, look, it's a combined meeting, I think you can still do them, you can still act on the motion to put it on the agenda at the beginning of the meeting, which is, I guess, the conference portion, I don't know. At the beginning of that meeting, we can look at the language, if you're okay with it, you go forward, if you're not okay with it, we can play around with it if we can, and act on it. If it's really not
So introduce at the
satisfying
conference
to everyone,
meeting.
well, no, you would introduce it at the business, it's a combined conference and business meeting. So you can do a motion now to put it on the agenda because you want to,
Isn't it the same as the summer where we have a conference meeting that closes and then we go into the business meeting?
Correct.
yeah, so,
So it's not, the date is combined,
But
but the
it's- there's
meetings
two
are
separate
two separate
meetings?
meetings.
Okay.
So would we not then introduce a conference? I'm looking for every opportunity to publicize this as much as possible.
Right.
This is what we discussed. So now it would be on 2 agendas that are, recirculated through the public. I don't particularly love that it's a combined meeting, but I'm guessing December probably doesn't have.
Could I suggest that we put it on for first reading for the business meeting? And we
Yes.
use the conference meeting to vet
exactly, that's right.
the terms that
Exactly.
are being proposed to
Right.
us, so that if they're not to our satisfaction, or they haven't gotten to us, then we just take it off the business agenda before we start that meeting. So I would suggest time is of the essence, and that's kind of what we're looking at from a scheduling perspective, and we advertise accordingly.
And is there, just as one question, because I know you have your traffic expert present, but that the traffic study hasn't actually been conducted, is there any potential that that traffic study could be conducted prior to that date?
Probably.
Can we do counts in our communities by then? Reasonable?
Guys,
Well-
I'm talking about our 5 months, but you knew we needed this. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it goes both ways. If we want to start to move on this, we need all the pieces of information.
And that's fine, the request is certainly fine. Typically, we tend to get that during a site plan process, but we've been more than willing, and I've talked to Mr. Harder about the steps we would want to take to get something in front of you. So if he's telling me we can turn something around and get it, we'd actually want to get it to you in advance so you can have a look at it.
Well, would the rest of the council agree or disagree that it doesn't have to be necessarily an official traffic study, as much as you made the assertion that comparable traffic would be coming through? If there's a way of quantifying current traffic versus your average traffic at one of your other facilities?
I'd like to see an official traffic study. I think it's a reasonable
point?
request. Yes, I am, because I think that
You
this
think
is.
it's reasonable?
Yes, I absolutely do. If I'm talking about our timeline and the fact that it's taken us 5 months, they knew they were coming in front of us, they brought a traffic expert, and on the other hand, I would like the completion of the traffic study. It's almost a month's time. I think it's a reasonable request.
I'm glad to accommodate that.
Fabulous.
Well,
Can you define reasonable?
I would just add that,
Your traffic study that you're talking about.
Or not.
You're gonna give us comparison to other properties.
Yes.
That you want.
Yeah,
Not necessarily the traffic study of Terrell Road and our community?
We thought what would be most effective was we do traffic counts out of similar communities in our portfolio. The fact of the matter, and John, we brought John here, if you'd like to hear any of his thoughts tonight, it's not testimony, but if you'd like to hear some of his thoughts. The idea is we really are a low traffic generator. I appreciate that you've got a situation there because of the schools, and we're sensitive to that. We actually sent John's, a representative from John's company out late before the summer school session, after this, before this, right? Just to get a sense of the issues that were associated with that. So we're sensitive to the issue. We think we may have some thoughts and potential solutions around it. But the whole point is we have relatively low traffic counts. So I wasn't necessarily going to do more traffic counts on Terrell Road, but to give you a sense of the ins and outs out of a community like this.
We'll put our minds together. We think we know what you need.
Yes.
You need an assessment that gives you a comfort level, not that every issue is going to be solved.
Not to
Councilman,
belabor
just
the
answer
topic
something.
and to take steps backward, but the one thing I would like you to understand is we've heard several times about the school traffic.
Yeah.
Saturday morning there, you have soccer in the spring and in the fall. That is a horrific situation as far as traffic and parking in that area. Sunday morning, I believe it's one of the largest churches in the county. You have a church that draws from all communities, you know, in Union County and beyond, and that street is literally lined with cars straight down. The chief could speak to that. So this is not a Monday through Friday situation. So I just wanted to make sure, since your traffic expert is here, that he
We'll
is.
talk to the chief. I think we know
I would
what
just
you're-
like to be part of, that we meet and we go over your numbers.
That'd be great.
Similarly, I'd like, some reference places where you've
Yeah.
done, you mentioned Evesham, I'll talk to the chief down there.
That'd be great.
See what other issues we might.
We think we know what you need.
That's excellent.
You want to have a comfort level that this can be handled, maybe not every detail worked out, but a basic report so that, it's worthwhile. And for us too, that the issues are solved and go after.
Councilman Marcus?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think one thing about the traffic study, I appreciate what you're saying about it, but I think the most important component is going to be effect upon school traffic. Because I can tell you firsthand, it is a very difficult situation for school traffic at Terrell Middle School, at the start of the day and at the end of the day. So I think that's got to be your primary focus. The other points about the church, all true. I live right by that area. That's very true, and the other activities. But I note that Mrs. Saradaki from the Board of Ed is here. I know Tripp Whitehouse was here earlier tonight. And perhaps, if they wish to say, if Mrs. Saradaki or anybody else wishes to comment on traffic, that is also, a big concern. And I think that I would hope that if we are going to be in a position where we're entertaining introduction of an ordinance, that certainly we'd have a comprehensive traffic study done. And perhaps tonight, before we take a vote on whether we're even going to do that, I know I'd like to hear from a few people about concerns about traffic and school-related traffic at that location and, vis-a-vis this application.
Yeah, one question that I have. At the last meeting, you indicated that it's a standard 7 to 3 shift. Is it possible to have the shifts staggered so that they start later or earlier, so that we're not dealing with additional cars going into Terrell Road? At
So
3 o'clock?
I want to be careful because I don't want to take it the response too lightly. The healthcare industry uses these standards, and so many of our workers end up coming to work in our community from 7 to 3, and then they have second jobs after that. And so there's really consistency of those shift changes is important. We'd be affecting not just our own community, but what goes on for our associates and the healthcare industry. I think one of the things we could offer is, and I think the critical time, Mr. Marcus, you alluded to it, is this hour. The morning, I think, is less of an issue because your critical time there is between 7:30 and 8. Our shift change is at 7. So we'll have people coming in just before 7, and some people, very few because it's overnight, very few are leaving just after 7. The critical time is around this 2:30 to 3 o'clock. And Mr. Harder's group went out in the beginning of June and assessed the situation, talked to the crossing guard, talked to the police that were there, and noted the backup associated with what you're talking about, but recognized that really right about 3 o'clock, that issue had dissipated. So it's really this critical time before 3 o'clock, the cars that are coming into our community at that 3 o'clock hour. The people leaving from the 3 to 7 shift and leaving the community, probably less of an issue. So what I was going to recommend, and we can talk to whether we can incorporate this into the report, is can we stagger just enough of those employees, you know, to alleviate some of the strain that occurs. We probably are talking about 25 vehicles coming into the community around the 3 o'clock hour. I'm saying about 2:45 to 3 o'clock. 25 vehicles. I'm not dismissing that that's...
But you also have 25 vehicles coming out.
So not so much. And I can provide, we have an estimate of the hourly activity. It's an estimate, but our experience. And I think leaving at that time because of the staggering, not everybody comes in at 7 and leaves at 3 and comes in at 3 and leaves. We have employees coming in because we have part-time employees really throughout that 8-hour shift. And we also have 9 to 5 people coming in because there are department heads as an example, right? So we actually only have so many people leaving at that 3 o'clock hour, and it's about 10 to 15. But we have about 25 coming in before 3 o'clock. That to me is the real critical time based on what we're experiencing with the school next door. So we may be able to work out something where we stagger a few of those employees to reduce the number of cars, but we're really only talking about maybe 25 vehicles at that hour.
Could I add some additional texture to this conversation? And Mrs. Saradaki, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but y'all just recently purchased the property directly next to you on the Terrell. And not that you're committed to this, but the conversation that I've heard is that is to help alleviate some of that drop-off, pickup, traffic buildup at the school. Is that correct?
That's one of the uses that the board is currently considering.
Right. I didn't think there was anything that was hard and fast, but given that might be the case, then that's even less pressure that might be, in that area at drop-off and pick-up every day. So, I mean, let's keep that in the back of our mind, that we're not trying to box you into the using that property for that purpose, but that is obviously one of the ideas that's been out there that might really help alleviate existing traffic, but also offset the traffic that might, join in with this new assisted living facility.
Mrs. Saradaki, what are the school hours for Town Middle School? They dismiss at 2:40, 2:42.
Okay. Mr. Marcus, I believe Councilman Marcus was hopeful that we could get some input from some of the folks that are here, at this point of our meeting. I know we want to go back and decide what's going to be on next agenda. I think Mr. Marcus was asking Councilman Marcus was asking if there is someone that would like to comment on anything, but certainly maybe even on this, it might be a good, please, if you would, just state your name and address.
Sure, my name is Ted Sparrow, 1146 Maitland Hill Road in Scotch Plains.
Good to see you, Ted.
One of the things I noticed about this is all informational because none of this is sworn testimony, I assume, so.
Thank you, Ted.
This is kind of his input. So the question I have for the gentleman is for Brightview, is this the largest senior complex that you have constructed year to date so far?
If we build the full 2 phases,
Yes.
it would be equivalent to our largest.
So it will be the largest, because I went on your website, and the only thing close that I see is the Green Tree in Malton, which is about 170
It's about
units.
180
180?
apartments. We have a community in, I'm sorry, getting all my communities mixed up, but right outside of New Haven in Connecticut.
Okay.
That is about 200 independent living units, and then a 50-bed nursing home.
Okay, so what will be the breakdown on this unit, on this
This
complex?
would be 240 units, 140 of which are independent living, and 100 of which are assisted and dementia.
So 140. So now you mentioned before that what's the minimum age for independent living?
Well, the whole community through fair housing would be 62.
62. So that's a lot different than the 80 and 90-year-olds you were talking about before.
Well, what I was expressing to everyone here is our experience is most of our residents coming in, the average age at entry is about 84.
But that's not necessarily true.
Well,
It's a possibility.
There's a possibility somebody at 63 can come in. It's not typical because those folks tend to be much more active. They're living in more independent living settings in their homes or.
But on your website, you mentioned that there are people that just don't want to take care of a house. They just want to live kind of in an apartment, but they want to have meals served to them. That would be a scenario for them if they're 62.
But generally speaking, we're not finding people in their early 60s wanting to live in an environment where most people are in their 80s and 90s. It's a different environment, but it's possible. All we're doing is we need to meet fair housing. So there's a requirement in fair housing that says you do not discriminate. And so there's an age associated with that Fair Housing Act, which is 62.
Okay.
So that's all.
All right, let's move on then. Now, you mentioned before, you said most of the residents are not driving. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, but on your website, you actually advertise reserved parking for the residents.
Sure.
So are they driving or are they not driving?
So independent living residents, our experience is about 30% come with cars in independent living.
But you have 140 units.
That's correct.
So you should have 140 parking spots for 140. Well, let's say they all decide to show up and they have a car.
So what we do, and Mr. Harder can, when we get into the traffic study, can provide some of these details, but there's experience through the traffic study as well as our own experience in the industry. Generally speaking, typically for assisted living, it's about half a space per apartment required. That is for the residents, the guests, the staff. Independent living is typically about 3/4 of the space per unit. Again, that's a conglomeration of the residents driving, the staff, and the guests.
Your note said .8, is it
We're
3/4 of
proposing to
.8?
go to .8.
Okay,
but
I
our
just want to make
experience
it clear
is
to
actually
Mr. Spirit.
Okay, because there are, there's, it doesn't look like there's enough parking if you look at all the independent units. The assisted living probably won't be driving,
Correct.
the Alzheimer's patients probably won't be.
Correct.
But you have the people that will. There will be residents here that will. Yes, yes or no? Yes, they all leave parking there.
You don't all read it because.
Not all of them, but yes, there will be
Mr.
residents.
Mayor, we're not on the cross-examination.
No, I'm just
No, no,
asking,
no,
I have
no,
questions,
he's
because he's not
gonna-
answering my
You
question.
can't force
Okay,
my.
All right, let's move on, let's move on.
It's 11:15.
I'm just going through these real quick, I'm just bringing these up. I have another question for you.
Just ask the question, you don't have, you could say, I'll defer to it, we'll get back to you.
Come back to me, I'll
You
be at
can
the
say,
next
"I don't know,"
meeting
that's
for
all.
you, just think about it.
He just asked, let's go.
The next
Please.
question I have is, you mentioned before you have a pub, you're serving alcoholic beverages. In fact, you're.
No, he was referring to another situation in town, which.
No, on his website, they advertise a pub
Oh, on
that
the
features.
pub, okay.
That features a happy
Mr.
hour.
Spear, I apologize.
That's okay. They feature a happy hour. Now, I got a little concerned when I said happy hour is senior living, and I looked at the schedule. This is just another unit. It's not the same, but it's the Brightview here in Concord River, and they have happy hour at 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Hey, I'm going.
They're happy.
So the first question I have, are you going to apply for an alcoholic beverage license there? And then the second concern I have is you're serving alcoholic beverage to seniors.
Please, he's asking a question. Let's not-
Parking their car that they can get in and drive when you have kids next door doing after-school activities. Do you think that's, what is your take on that?
Well, we don't have a liquor license.
Okay.
Seniors certainly keep different hours than typical the rest of us. They tend to go to bed earlier, so we haven't accommodated happy hour for them. It's fairly tame. We do have a liquor locker, so if the resident wants to keep their favorite liquor in a secure area, there's a locker that's locked by staff and then provided. They can come in, look, residents are, we're here to serve the residents. We're not here to demean their experience. They are independent living people that are making their own choices. We have staff to monitor these things just like any establishment. But it's their home, it's their environment to be with friends in a casual setting. So the pub experience is typically there just because that's the experience that they grew up enjoying, and we're having that accommodation. it's a pretty tame experience. But
Okay, so are you selling the beverages to them, or are they?
no, we don't have a liquor license.
Okay, so you're not selling it to them, okay. Yeah, because I know there's been instances, you know, we have seniors get in their car after they've been drinking and, you know, they run people over. And I'm just concerned because it's right next to a school.
Sure.
And to be honest with you, we've had situations in the next town over, not that long ago. Elderly people were drinking and they ran
I'm
people
sorry
over.
to hear that.
But it happens. That's what I'm just pointing out. And we're close to a school, we're close to churches. I just want to make that point. I guess the other things, the building height, signage, everything will go to the planning board. I am concerned about the amount of traffic, because I think there's going to be more traffic when you look at the shifts of people. I went to your website. The majority of the jobs tend to be part-time jobs, so there's going to be a little bit more shorter shifts, more traffic, but now you got 18-wheelers coming in. You got buses going to downtown. It's going to really exacerbate the problem. Now, the other thing I found very interesting, and I just wanted to mention to you, because this gentleman stated earlier about how you can help the community. And it was very interesting because I read about your Perry Hall, Brightview Perry Hall, and what they actually did is a historic Perry Hall mansion. Are you familiar with the situation where they actually donated money to restore the mansion? And I say, hey, that's a great idea because we have historic properties in this town, the Frazee House, maybe the Ashbrook Golf Course. That, hey, you know, if you want to be a member of the community, perhaps, I know that in the Perry Hall, they also did a dog park. I was reading about a facility that you've done up in Massachusetts where you had a special, it used to be a ski slope, and you had an open space that was set aside for these rare butterflies that breed up there. So perhaps there's something like that you can do for this town. Now, personally, I just want to tell you, I'm not against the development. I just feel it's way too big. I just think it's a little too big for the town. I think we do need senior living, but I don't think we need 240 units of over 100 of them independent living, you know, maybe 100 units of assisted living or Alzheimer's care, whatever, but 240 is going to put a tremendous strain on this community. And, you know, that's why when we talk about planning, we want to do it the right way. You know, I understand for you, you're a corporation, you have to make a profit. But, you know, and I know for the people in town, you're looking for tax rateables, but, you know, it's more about that. It's more of a quality of life issue for us residents in this town that we're going to face it. I mean, he probably lives somewhere else, I don't know. But every day when we drop our kids over to Terrell, there's going to be extra traffic there. You know, and sometimes you think, is it worth that extra revenue? You know, I know we're squeezed for revenue for taxes, but hey, you know what? 10 houses there, I'd be fine with. You know, all right, you know, it's 10, it's not going to be that much of a strain. We subdivide property, you know, all the time, and we had a couple houses here, a couple houses there, you know, and over the course of the year, there's probably more than 10. Just on Cooper Road and Martine, they just subdivided 3 houses right there. You know, so they'll probably have you know, people in school. And I don't believe the school system, I mean, you might be able to give us more information. Is it that overcrowded? Is it that that we can't, you know, take some extra students? So those are my thoughts. You can have with it, discuss it at will. So thank you.
Mr. Perry, thank you. It was very informative, very helpful. Sir?
Ed Saradaki, 440 William Street. I tend to take the long view, and I appreciate what Ted had to say, but unless your child is below 4th grade now, they're not going to be dealing with Terrell Middle School by the time the place is built. So we should see a lot more younger people out here with young children. My concern is basically the number 1 step, and that's the modification of the R1 zoning and the conditions that we attach to that, because it'll cover every R1 in the community. And not a quarter mile from here, you have an 8-acre property with one house fronting Terrell Road that's for sale that is on an acre, and there's another one right next to it that's an acre, and there's nothing to keep somebody from buying those 2 houses and putting up the same kind of facility once that zoning's been changed. And if they can do it faster than these guys and get through the approval process faster than these guys, then you're going to end up with 2 of them in the same location, fundamentally the same location, or any of the other properties in town. So I'd be interested in seeing the planner study on which of those properties that are 8 acres or 10 acres and larger that meet the 8 conditions that you've already put into the zoning modification, and what we'd have to add to those conditions to restrict the majority of them from being able to be developed into a multi-unit development like this. because I think we have to take the long range. And my whole knock on this whole community, and I've been here for 36 years, is that the founding fathers of this community never had enough foresight to keep open space so that we had parks, to eliminate a lot of the crap that we go through now and that we went on in just the 6 months that I served on the council. So we have to take the long view and look at it 15, 20, 25, and 30 years down the road. And when you change a fundamental law in the community, and that's the zoning laws, you have to take that long view. And I'm trusting you guys to do it, but as I guess Mr. Holland said, add a 9th condition, add a 10th condition, that they are already falling within, because this appears to be a beautiful and well thought out community. And, can I get a reservation for, 10 years down the road? Well, no, you get a public pension.
Now Debbie's gonna put you there.
Yeah.
Well, she's going on her own way.
No, she's not paying for it. EJ's been telling me for 10 years. He was putting me in a home. To protect us against overdevelopment and this type of thing down the road for, not us, but for the future residents of Scotch Plains.
Thank you.
That's just my request and my desire.
No.
Thank you.
I get it. We serve together.
Hi, how you doing? Brett Boyle, 1490 Tower Road. I talked to Lou on the phone. I think currently Parker Garden is paying $40,000 in taxes because they're a farm. Anyone who buys that property, I'm a CPA. Normally the farm rate is discounted. From what I remember in school, I went to it every day. It's discounted 10%. Has anyone in the town done an actual study and compared the cost-benefit analysis to the town from putting in 10 houses compared to going through this? And then, because I think that if you did a cost-benefit, if Parker wants to sell, they have to sell to somebody. If someone into town, they're talking about a project that's 4 years off, it's going to fundamentally change the entire makeup of the town. To be honest, I just moved to Tower Road this year. I would have known you guys were even, considering this. Most of my neighbors are older. People my age aren't going to want to move in to a retirement home in a neighborhood that previously was all zoned for 1-acre houses and was, a high property value area. This is going to kill the property and the meeting area around it. No one's going to want to bring their kid to a school, someone who does actually have kids who are going to be going to Terrell Middle School, 3 of them, to a school that has a retirement home, their biggest one, that's located 100 feet away from it. I have a question. How many retirement homes are located 100 feet away from a middle school? And the only benefit at all to the town seems to be the excess tax revenue, and I don't see any analysis from the town that what would happen if Parker lost its special farm status. And I would think that before the town goes any further, you would have the tax assessor say, hey, the house that's 2 doors down from me is under contract for $1.2 million. I assume $1.2 million house, it's pretty close to a $40,000 assessment. You put 10 in there, 10 times 40,000 is 400,000. You get a lot less, cost to the town. You'll probably end up with greater tax revenue and a less cost. And I just hope that people on the town council actually, do a comparison, say, hey, if we actually go from what the farm rateable is to what if we actually did the R1, what that would be, and that they could publish that, because there's no benefit to this town at all, unless it's actually significantly
But
over.
you did the math. I had done it, assumed it was like 30 to 35,000, so my numbers were 300 to 350 versus the 700 or 600, and recognize we only get 25% of it, obviously, or 17.5%.
But right now, we only get 40 grand. because Parker's only
I agree, Councilman. No, all reasonable point.
Hopefully you guys can put that out in the paper so you can see the analysis or somewhere. We have a tax assessor, I assume. It can't be that hard to compare comparables, because only one lot is going to be on the main road. To put 10 houses off Tower Road, and if you go look at what the price is for the new huge house on Terrell on the other side of Cooper is under contract right now for $1.2 million. So, you know, I think that there might be some other, you know, analysis that might be beneficial. Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Hello, Roop from Valley Center Avenue. The three previous commenters actually kind of teed me up well for this, and I won't be up here as long as I was last time. It's around resources. Overall, energy. How much of your electrical power can you get out of a solar, wind, some generators to lessen the load on the grid? 2, water. In Scotch Plains in particular, the whole sewer policy has been a point of contention the last few years. We've just changed taxes, blah, blah, blah. Is a gray water system something to think about? Not necessarily to impose from your side, but from your side it might save you a little bit of money and a little bit of water use. 3, how much of the food can be locally sourced? When you have your own dining facilities here, you have to bring in food. How much of it can you buy locally or even grow on campus? 4, natural gas or gas lines that are going into these facilities where people have kitchens, people will be burning gas. I'm assuming, maybe it's a wrong assumption of me, but they would, you know, people who live in these places would be using heaters in the winter and would be burning oil unless the facility has a different set of procedures for how they build the heating and air conditioning units in these places. You'd be using gas. That was the only new concern I've had while sitting here and listening. And after listening today, I'm more confident in your ability to make this a very good partnership for Scotch Plains than I was when I walked in today. So don't let me down and hire a lot of people.
Good evening. I've had a bit of time. I'll be brief. I'm Evan Lahada from Dogwood Drive. So thank you for the phone call on Sunday to let us know about the transparency in government. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been here, so I do appreciate that. I haven't had the good fortune to live here my whole life. I've been in Fanwood for 8 years, and 9 months ago, the family just relocated to Scotch Plains. Do have 3 young kids that will be going to Terrell very soon.
Welcome to the town.
Thank you. So I do think it's quite charming. Mr. Holland suggested the traffic will be the same until he actually drops a few kids off at school over there. So this is that. I think a lot of things have been said already. Shelter Development Group is a business. I think we build the community. They don't build the community. And so we just need to be mindful of our community and the long term, because I plan on being here for a while. 1684 is a long time. So let's just be mindful of the overdevelopment, because I think we've seen that. People that have been here a long time, it's gotten more crowded, and let's just be mindful of it continuing to get more crowded. The one thing that we just hadn't brought up that I think we should consider, Clark is building 329 of these units like quarter mile down the road. And so while that's a separate town, it's part of our community, part of the strain. I just need to continue to make sure that the demographics are supporting that, so that if we approve this ordinance in 10, 15 years, the demand isn't there. What happens to this property after that? So just make sure that we're not making a short-term decision, that this is a decision that's really going to consider the long term. So it's 11:30. I'll get out of the way.
No, thank you. Really appreciate it.
I have a question for the manager. We have a master plan. We have a document that was prepared. Is there any way that could be on the website for the public to have access to? Because I believe that one of the points that was brought out in the planning process is that the community did not have necessarily the ability for residents to age, in the same area where their children or grandchildren may be living. I don't know, can the document be scanned? I know we don't necessarily have scanners, but I can lend you one.
They're generally pretty large, so they have to be broken up into little files, but figure that out.
Just as we're going through the process, I think it would be, as I said, that's not a document that we developed. It's something that's been in place, and some of the points that were, of long-term planning, long range, these are reasonable ideas. And if we could,
I think actually your latest re-exam may already be on your website, but I will verify that, the 06, right? 07, I think it's already on the website, but I will check, and I can certainly scan it in my office and email it, so that it can be posted on the website as a PDF.
Yeah. I mean, I think what is being discussed is really not so much for the folks that are here, but just for the residents at large, right?
Just in general, I mean, I think
Yeah.
these are good points that were raised tonight, you know, and the idea of long-term planning is something that I definitely feel passionately about. You know, we have opportunities through GIS, you know, to really be able to look and see where these parcels of land are. I mean, these are good points that were raised, but if there is a plan that's been developed, you know, I think it's a good idea for people to be able to access that information.
Yeah, it's not a problem. I'll make sure either I think it is on there, the most recent one, but that's just a re-exam, so your full comprehensive document is probably significantly older, but I can certainly email it, scan it, and if it needs to be broken up into multiple sections so that it's emailable, I can certainly do that.
It's gonna have to be.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But yeah, I don't know about emailing it, but I think
it's a 10 meg limit or
please
whatever.
don't email that to me.
No, I'll send it to the manager and then you can put it on the website.
Yeah, this way people can access it without killing their inbox.
Okay. So, it was discussed before whether we want to entertain having this on the agenda next in 2 weeks. So, you know, I put that out there for consideration, and I think we know where some folks' sentiments are. Do we understand?
Actually, I made a motion.
Okay, well, that's true. I stand corrected. You did make a motion, and I think people pretty much understood what your motion was. We even had a second. So with that, we've heard a lot from, you know, the folks. We've heard a lot from our citizens, you know, albeit a small number of them, but I think they made some valid, you know, points and raised some interesting concerns. So without further ado, from my vantage points, I think we raised more questions than we answered today. So, but that said, let's have a roll call, Ms. Lucina, as to, is this going to be on the agenda? Let's let everybody weigh in.
Mr. Beckman?
Wait, could I just say, restate your motion, please, so that everybody knows
Yeah,
what they're doing.
what I'm asking for, I made a motion to have the initial ordinance
Right.
read. This is to be the initial reading of this ordinance at our next, this would be actually, no, we talked about doing it, well, the business meeting, but we would discuss it first at the conference meeting to make sure that all points were discussed. All points were satisfied before moving the ordinance on the business meeting, at the business meeting on November 12th. And I'm
Okay.
asking for a roll call vote on whether or not the ordinance
All right.
can be introduced.
Okay. Thank you for restating that.
Mr. Beckman?
Yes.
Mrs. Giovanella?
Aye.
Mr. Marcus?
Aye.
Mr. Bastian?
Aye.
Mayor Glover?
As I said, I think this today raised more questions than it answered, so and I'm not comfortable with the process, so I'm going to say no, nay. Not that I'm against the project, I just think there's too many questions I still have that I need to get answered. So that said, that's the way it goes. Seeing nobody else coming to the mic, I'm going to close the public hearing and then ask Ms. Lucina to read the executive session notice that we're going to go into, gentlemen, ladies.
Whereas Article 6 of the Open Public Meetings Act provides that a public body may hold a closed session, and whereas the Township Council will during this meeting enter into discussion on the following matters. 1, contract negotiations. A, Police Department merger update. Whereas the matters to be discussed in closed session are to remain in the strictest of confidence by all Township Council members in furtherance of their fiduciary duties to the Township of Scotch Plains. Now therefore be it resolved, matters discussed at this meeting will be released to the public when reasons for discussing and acting upon them in closed no longer exist.
I move we go into the executive session. We have a second, I'm certain, and all in favor, aye. We can do it here if you want. I don't care.
Do it down here.
Better do it here.